A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
It's fun to be a traffic cop when you are in the know. You tell all other brands to stop, but Lucky's get the go.
I sell all brands of cigarettes. I know what people buy. That Lucky pack so mild and rich, it's got a red bullseye.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy. Go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, next Saturday night, Jack Benny does his opening television show from New York City. So let's go out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills, where we find him packing for the trip. Mary and Rochester are helping him.
Now, let's see. I'll be gone for 12 days. I'll need 2 pairs of shorts, 2 shirts, 2 pairs of socks, 2 handkerchiefs, and a box of duds. Close the bag, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute, Jack. You're going to be gone 12 days, and that's all you're taking?
Mary, I'm going by plane. I have to be careful about the weight. You know, they charge you extra if your luggage weighs over 40 pounds. It's 79 cents a pound in New York. Unless you get off at Chicago, then it's 57 cents. Or Kansas City, it's 46 cents.
Well, why don't you go to New York and send your clothes to Albuquerque?
Say, maybe... Oh, stop.
But, Jack, aren't you taking any extra suits?
Certainly, I'm taking my blue serge, my tweed, my herringbone, my pinstripe, and my gabardine.
Well, that's 5 suits. I don't see any of them in the bag.
He's wearing them. They don't weigh the passengers.
I know what I'm doing.
Hello, Polly.
Say, Mary, I've been talking to Polly about my trip. Watch this. Polly, where's Daddy going?
East side, west side, all around the town.
That's right, New York. Now, what is Daddy going to New York for?
Tell her.
Go on.
Tell her.
Tell her what?
Telephone.
Rochester, take the cracker out of her cage.
Television, video, TV.
That's better.
Oh, boss, I forgot to pack your tuxedo. Here it is.
Put it in the fortnighter.
Jack, you're not taking that old tuxedo to New York, are you?
I certainly am.
But look at it. The pants are baggy and the coat is so short it looks like a battle jacket.
Well, that's the latest style.
I know, but this one looks like
it lost the battle. I know. I knew you were going to say that. Anyway, I'm taking that tuxedo to New York, and I'm going to wear it on my first television show.
Well, Jack, if you do, it'll be awfully confusing.
Why?
You'll be on live, and that tuxedo looks like kinescope.
Kinescope. You think you're smart because I haven't got an answer written here. Mary, listen. I have a sentimental feeling about this tuxedo. It's been with me since my start in show business.
Well, why is the right pocket so much bigger than the left?
That's where I kept the fish to feed my seal. Any more questions? Now, come on, help me with these. Come in. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis. How do you feel?
Boy, am I tired. I pushed my car all the way over here from Hollywood.
Pushed your car? Why?
The motor was broken and it wouldn't run.
Well, if your car isn't running, why didn't you leave it in Hollywood?
I wouldn't have any way to get home.
Look, kid, I'm leaving for New York and I haven't time for a visit. Now, why'd you come over here?
Oh, there's something very important I have to see you about. It's been on my mind all day.
What is it?
Well,
what?
gee, I forgot.
Well, maybe you'll think of it later. Now, let's see, my shirts, my socks.
Dennis, did you want to ask Jack something about next week's show?
No.
Oh, was it something about a song that you're going to sing?
No.
Mary, let's get on with the packing, will you?
Oh, I know what I was going to ask you.
What?
Can you lend me $50,000?
Now, let's see, I've got my socks, my handkerchiefs, and...
I'm in a hurry, kid. How about it?
Dennis, leave me alone.
Dennis, what in the world do you want with $50,000?
I'm going into business.
Business?
What kind of business?
Well, I'm going to manufacture little round candy mints and call them lifesavers.
Now, let's see, I have my shirt, shoes, socks, underwear.
I'm going to sell them for a nickel a package.
Dennis, this might be news to you. A little round candy mint called Lifesavers has been on the market for years.
I know. Look at all the free advertising I'll get.
Shoes, socks, underwear.
Dennis, it's all right to manufacture candy, but what made you think of calling it Lifesavers?
Mary, with his head, it's only natural he'd think of something with a hole in it. Now, look, Dennis, you came over here. Let me hear the song you're going to do on the show, so forget about Lifesavers and sing it.
Yes, sir.
Now, what are you going to sing?
You were meant for me.
Now, cut that! Now, sing the one you're supposed to.
Someone comes along somewhere. There is an only one singing love's old song. The great skies above you will change to fairest blue. Sometime, someone will whisper, I love you too. The great skies above you will change to fairest blue. Sometime, someone will whisper, I love you
Now, let's see. Have I got everything? I'll be going out nights in New York, maybe rainy and chilly, so maybe I better not take any chances. Rochester, how much does my raincoat weigh?
Weighs about a pound.
Pound extra, cost 79 cents.
Shall I put in the raincoat?
No, just throw in a 4-way cold tablet. that'll do it. Come in.
Hiya, Jackson. Como se va, Libby?
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Phil.
Hey,
You said hello before the door opened, but it was all right. It's all right, Phil. It doesn't make any difference. I heard you. What is it, Phil?
Answer, I ain't getting paid anyway. Hey, Jackson, here's that suitcase you wanted.
Oh, thanks, Phil. Mine is so shabby. I'm glad you brought your bag over.
Jack, get a load of those labels on it.
Yeah, I used to take it with me when I was on the road playing on one-night stands.
Oh.
Hey, Jack, look at this label here. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Empty Jug, Texas.
Empty Jug, Texas?
I killed him in that town.
I never heard of the place. Where is Empty Jug, Phil?
It's about 50 miles this side of Rack-em-Up, Arkansas.
Oh, fine. Empty Jug, rack 'em up.
Well, I better run along, Jackson. I got to go to the doctor.
Why? What's wrong, Phil?
Well, ever since yesterday, I've had an upset stomach.
Well, maybe it's something you ate.
Oh, boss, calm down.
Yes, I guess you're right, Rochester.
So long, Jackson. Have a good time.
Goodbye, Phil. What a character. He always makes up those silly names of towns like Empty Jug.
Hey, Jackson, your taxi's outside.
Good, good.
Hey, did I ever tell you about the time my band played Mishmash, Arizona?
No, and I haven't got time now. Goodbye. Come on, Rochester. Get the luggage. We have to hurry to the airport.
Say, mister, shall I go by the way of Sepulveda?
Yes, driver. You comfortable, Mary?
Yes, thanks.
Good. It's a pretty long ride.
How far is it from your house to the airport?
$2.40. That's if you stop at the first entrance, you see. Otherwise, it's...
By the way, Jack, you haven't told me where you'll be staying while you're in New York.
the same place, Mary, the Acme Plaza Hotel. I always stay there.
Oh, my goodness, Jack. After the long lecture I gave you last week about being cheap, why must you always stay at an awful joint like the Acme Plaza?
I'll tell you why, Mary. For sentimental reasons. Many years ago, when I was trying to get a start in vaudeville, and I had no place to stay and nothing to eat, and I couldn't find a job, the Acme Plaza let me stay there and fed me for nothing. They did that because they knew I was unemployed.
Oh, gee, Jack, I didn't know that. If they're that nice, next time I go to New York, I'm going to stay there, too.
Okay, but don't tell them I'm working now. You know, they'd feel disappointed. Rochester, have you got all the bags?
Yes, boss.
Jack, you better go in and have your ticket validated. You haven't much time.
That's right.
Flight number 76 for Phoenix, Memphis, and Washington, D.C., now loading at Gate 2.
Now, let's see. Where do I go here?
Attention. Flight number 83 now arriving from Fort Worth, Galveston, San Antonio, and Empty Jug.
See, there is such a place. Say, Mary, before I get my ticket validated, I want to go over to the fruit stand and buy some fruit. Watch my luggage, will you?
Okay.
Hiya, Bud. Long time no see.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Jack, who is that?
You remember, it's that racetrack tout who always drives me nuts. I won't be long, Mary.
Okay.
Flight number 19 now loading at Gate 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Attention, passengers getting off at Cucamonga. Watch your step. We do not stop there.
Now, let's see. Where's the fruit stand?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Mr. Pitt. are you leaving town, Mr. Kitzel?
No, I'm waiting for my wife to arrive. She's coming in by plane from Dallas, Texas.
Oh, what time is she due?
In 10 minutes. But I don't know whether her plane is going to land here or at Lockheed or in Pomona or in Pasadena.
Well, isn't the plane scheduled to land here?
Yes, but my wife is such a backseat driver.
Oh, you're kidding.
Kidding, she said. Believe me, Mr. Benny, when that sweet chariot swings low, she'll point the direction.
Well, you ought to know. What was your wife doing in Dallas?
She was visiting our son in college.
Why, Mr. Kitzel, I never knew you had a grown boy.
He's my wife's son by a former marriage.
Oh, you're your wife's second husband.
Her third.
You mean your wife's been married twice before?
This much, she tells me.
Well, what college does your boy go to?
The same one I attended, Southern Methodist.
Well, look, Mr. Kitzel.
Attention, please. Flight 14, scheduled to arrive here from Dallas, will land at San Francisco instead.
Yes, that's my wife. She done it again.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel. Now, let's see. What did I want to get? Oh, yes, the fruit stand.
Attention, please. Attention. The Santa Fe Super Chief now landing on runway 7.
Super Chief? How can that be?
It was awfully windy in Barstow.
Oh. Well, I think I'll get a magazine, too. I don't want to sleep anyway. So I might just...
Jack!
Oh, hello, Don. Are you all set to go?
Yes, sir. We ought to have a lot of fun in New York this time, huh, Jack?
I think so, Don. We always do.
You think you'll run into Fred Allen?
Could be. We'll be in New York on Halloween, and that's the night he rides. I nearly killed that one, but I didn't. Just caught it. By the way, Don, where's the Sportsman Quartet?
Oh, they're on a different flight than we are, Jack, and they're on the plane already.
The Sportsmen are on the plane?
Yeah, they're on that one over there. Those 4 girls are their wives saying goodbye to them.
Oh, yeah.
Bye-bye, baby. Remember you're our babies when they give you the eye. Although we know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose you are still on the square? We'll be true, dear, to Lucky's and to you, dear. Don't you worry and fret. You know we'll love every pup, 'cause no pups ever up, dear. They're our favorite cigarette. We'll buy Lucky, buy nothing else but Lucky's. Listen, we'll tell you why. For real enjoyment and fun, Lucky Strike is the best. So mild and so light that they pass every test. We'll buy Lucky, buy nothing else but Lucky's. We'll be smoking in style, so you'll be gone for a while. Be happy and go lucky, you'll be smoking with a smile. Smoking Lucky all the while.
Well, there go the Sportsmen. By the way, Don, where are you going to live in New York?
At the Sherry Netherlands.
The Sherry Netherlands isn't that expensive?
No, I wouldn't say so. You can get a nice suite there for $18 or $20 a day.
Oh. Well, that isn't bad.
Oh, I'll see you on the plane, Jack.
Yes. $18 or $20 a day. Big fat show off. Let's see. I wanted to get some. Here's the fruit stand. Now, let's see. I think I'll take some of these apples. They look good. Next week is National Apple Week, too. Oh, Miss. Oh, darn, she's busy. Well, I'll just have to wait.
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Look, fella.
What are you doing?
I'm buying some fruit.
What kind?
Apples. What?
Take oranges.
But I don't want orange. How about grapes?
Haven't got a chance. They're carrying too many seeds.
Oh. Well, what about bananas?
Lay off the bananas.
Why?
I've been watching them for 3 days. I have yet to see one of them get out of the bunch.
I don't know. I wanted apples when I came in here. That's all I wanted was apples.
Listen to me, Bud. Take the oranges.
The oranges?
Well, just look at the breeding. Out of Pomona by Smudge Pot.
Well, I wanted apples, but maybe you're right. I'll take the oranges.
Okay. And peel them. Don't be a sucker.
Why does that guy always pick on me? Want apples?
Attention, Flight 21 scheduled to arrive from Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, and Palm Springs has been canceled. The pilot lost the plane in Las Vegas.
Gee, I haven't much time. I better get my ticket validated. Now, let's see. Where's the window? Oh, there it is. Pardon me, mister. I'm Jack Benny. Are you the validating clerk?
Well, who do you think I am behind these bars? Your agent?
Never mind. Just validate my ticket. Thanks. Now, how long will it take Flight 12 to get to New York?
It's 3 days.
3 days? Why so long?
Gary Cooper will be aboard and he drags his feet.
Oh, don't be so smart. Now, look, isn't there a faster plane than mine to New York?
Well, we have 2 flights leaving for New York at midnight, flights 11 and 12. On Flight 12, the tickets cost $180. And on Flight 11, the tickets cost $19.
Gee, why the big difference?
Flight 11 is a U drive.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want that one. Anyway, I'm on flight number 12. Is that usually a smooth trip?
They're all very smooth.
Oh, then I won't get sick.
No, but whoever sits next to you will.
Now, just a minute. I've taken about all I'm going to take from you. Now, give me your number. I'm going to have you fired.
Oh, please. Please don't. I'm sorry I offended you. Don't get me fired. I have a big family to support. If I'm out of work, my wife and 5 children will starve.
Well, all right, then. I won't report you. But I'll bet you're just making the whole thing up.
Ooh,
Well, that does it. I'd punch you right in the nose if I didn't have to take off 5 coats. I'm going to see that...
Attention. Passengers for Flight 12 to New York may now board the plane.
Jack,
Jack, that's your call. You better hurry.
Coming, Mary, coming.
Attention, please. Flight 21 from Las Vegas, which was canceled, is coming in on schedule. The pilot finally made a DC-6 the hard way.
Is everything all set, Rochester?
The man is weighing your bags now.
Oh, good.
Attention, please. Flight 22 now leaving for San Joaquin Valley, Sun Valley, Imperial Valley, and Apple Valley.
Hey, Bud. Bud. Huh? Come here a minute.
Oh, attention, please. Flight 22 now leaving for San Joaquin Valley, Sun Valley, Imperial Valley, and Orange, New Jersey.
What? Well, I gotta go. Come on, sweetie, give me a kiss.
Look, mister, don't get fresh with me.
Mary, it's me. The propeller blew it off.
Oh.
Come on, give me a kiss. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Jack. See you in New York.
Goodbye.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
I keep a lighthouse by the sea to guide all those astray. It tells them to get Lucky Strike and light up one today.
A secretary has to know where everything is filed, and Lucky Strike goes under M because it's really mild.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, friends, be happy, go lucky. Enjoy your cigarette. Puff by puff, you'll find Lucky's always give you perfect mildness. In fact, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And puff by puff, you always get rich taste, too. All the deep-down smoking enjoyment that comes from truly fine tobacco. Because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy. Go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Say, Don, this is a nice, smooth trip, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jack. By the way, who's going to be on our television show?
Well, besides you and me, it's going to be Rochester, Mr. Kitzel, Mel Blanc, the Sportsman Quartet, and our guest star, Dinah Shore.
Dinah Shore? Well, isn't she expensive?
No, Don, she's nuts about me. And by the way, do you know who's going to be our guest on next Sunday's radio show?
Who?
My next-door neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Well, aren't they kind of expensive, too?
Not this time. I promised them I'd move. Good night, Don. I'm going to sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, figures show that each day last year, 1,100 American homes had a fire. You can stop fire in your own home by using just a little care. Don't smoke in bed. Have heating and electrical equipment repaired promptly. Fire prevention is your job. Thank you.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
No smoking troubles do I have, I stay a happy guy. I smoke the smoke that's great to smoke, it's got a red bullseye.
Throughout the South and up north too, most smokers will agree. The mildest, richest smoke of all is LSMFT.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and rich taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy. Go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike. Be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you know, Jack did his first television program last night here in New York. So let's go back to yesterday, a few hours before his TV show, and look in on Jack's room at the Acme Plaza Hotel, where Rochester is busy as usual.
Every time Mr. Benny comes to New York, he insists on staying here at the Acme Plaza. What a joint. No rugs, the ceiling leaks, and we're 3 floors underground. But one nice thing about the boss, he never lets anything bother him. He's going to do his first television show in a couple of hours, and he's calmly taking a bath. Well, I better make sure that I have all of his clothes laid out for him. Let's see. I wonder if I ought to put suspenders on his pants. I better not. If he doesn't get any laughs, he may want to drop them. Look what time it is. The boss better hurry up and finish his bath or... Oh, for heaven's sakes, look at this. Such forgetfulness.
Yes?
Boss, you forgot your towel.
Just a second. I had another one. Wait till I fasten my bathrobe, and I'll hike back to the room. In that joint, you have to fasten the bathroom, too. There, that does it. Have you got dinner ready, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
You put out my clothes like I told you to?
Yeah?
Oh, Rochester, one other thing. I want to make an impression on the television audience tonight. So do you think I should wear that big pearl stud on my shirt front?
Boss, I wouldn't give them nothing to aim at.
Oh, stop. Now, Rochester, get me my makeup kit. I want you to make me up for the show.
Okay. Come over here in the light.
All right.
Sit down here.
Now, first, I think this is the way. First, put on a powder bit. Now, you better put some lipstick on me. A little more. More lipstick. This lipstick tastes good. What did you make it out of, Rochester?
Cold cream and catsup.
Oh.
I call it Heinz No. 7.
Now, put some shadow under my eyes.
Boss, I think you have too much rouge on.
No, Rochester. In television, you have... I'll answer the door.
Oh, excuse me, I have the wrong room.
No, this is the right room.
Get your hands off me, lady. I'll tell my mother.
Dennis, it's me, Jack Benny. I've got makeup on.
Oh, well, that won't do any good. They're drafting women, too.
Dennis, I'm wearing this makeup because I'm doing my television show tonight. Come on in.
Gee, this is a lousy room.
Look, Dennis.
Did you just have dinner?
No, why?
There's some mushrooms on the floor.
They're growing there.
Rochester, instead of making up jokes, why don't you just... Come in.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Dennis.
Hi, Mary. Welcome to the Black Hole of Calcutta.
Oh, quiet. Mary, what took you so long getting here?
I forgot your room number, so I had to go up to the lobby again.
Well, why did that take so long?
I had to sit for 20 minutes in the decompression chamber.
Decompression chamber. Some smart stuff. Can't understand. This is my opening show, and everybody comes in with jokes. No fruit. I never saw anything like it. Mary, did you buy those things I asked you to?
Yes, Jack. Here are the eyelashes. They're the longest ones I could get.
Good. Did you get me a G-string?
Mr. Benny, not on your first...
It's for my violin! Now, Mary, give me the things you bought.
Here you are, Jack. You owe me $1.28.
$1.28? Now, you must have made a mistake. It couldn't be that much.
I knew you'd get excited about it, so I wrote it down. Violin string, 70 cents. False eyelashes, 40 cents. And subway fare, 20 cents.
That comes to $1.30.
Rochester, help me. Don't fight me.
But Miss Livingston said it came to $1.28, and it does come to $1.30.
That's all right, Mr. Rochester.
While he's my valet, you can call him Rochester. When you see him outside, you can call him Mr. Anderson.
That's all right, Rochester. Mr. Betty...
If we ever get through with this show tonight, we're lucky. Finish that line. It won't get a laugh anymore anyway.
That's all right, Rochester. Mr. Benny gave me an empty Coke bottle, and I got 2 cents back on it.
Oh, Mary, you're so funny.
A pretty girl is like a melody.
Dennis, stop dancing. And put down those eyelashes. They aren't fans. Now, if you feel like singing, do it right.
Okay.
That kid makes me so nervous.
Because I love you. To you I give my heart so madly, madly beating. With every beat repeat, I'll always love you so.
Now, Mary, do you think I look all right for the show?
Yes, Jack, and don't be nervous. I'm sure you'll be a big hit.
Gee, I hope so. Come in.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you, Don. Well, come in as far as you can. Are you a little jittery about, Don, are you a little jittery about our first television show tonight?
Well, I was a little bit, Jack, but not now. I finally got a great idea for the commercial.
For our television show?
Yes. Come on in, Prince.
Don, what's this?
Jack, I happen to get a hold of the only talking dog in the world.
No.
Imagine what a novelty that will be on the television.
Yes, but Don...
Jack, I know it's hard to believe, but this dog can do the whole Lucky Strike commercial.
I can't believe it.
Well, watch this. Come on, Prince. Come on. Let's start the commercial. Come on. Did you hear that, Jack? He said, LS-MFT, LS-MFT.
Don, he said LS-MFT?
Yes. Now, come on, Prince. Give him the rest of it.
Don, dog, wait a minute. Don, what did he say then?
He said, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your cigarette. Enjoy truly fine tobacco that combines both perfect mildness and pleasant taste in one great cigarette, Lucky Strike. For only fine tobacco gives you both real mildness and rich taste.
Don, he said that?
Yes. The word mildness was indistinct. He lisps a little.
I know, he got some on me. Well, Don, I think that... What'd he say? Don, what'd he say then? The last line. What did he say?
He said, be happy, go lucky. Be happy, go Lucky Strike. He can't sing.
Oh. Don, that's Rinso White.
He gets confused. He's got two shows.
Don, truthfully, I don't think this talking dog will work out on television.
Well, why not?
Well, everybody will be able to see it's Mel Blanc. You know, his mustache gives him away.
Well, I guess you're right. Well, come on, Mel, let's go.
Look, come back and close the door. Stupid dog. Imagine Don coming in with an idea.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary.
I helped Rochester select the clothes for you to wear on the show, so you better go in the other room and get dressed.
Oh, well, don't leave, Mary. I'll be dressed, and if it's that dog again. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'm Irving Fine of the Associated Press. I wanted to get a story about your television show tonight.
Oh, good. This is Miss Livingston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is Dennis Day.
Welcome to the black hole of
Dennis!
Calcutta.
Dennis, please. Sit down, Mr. Fine.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Benny, I'd like to get some information about your first television show. Who are you going to have on it?
Well, I'm having the Sportsman Quartet, Don Wilson, Rochester, Mr. Kitzel, Mel Blanc.
Stupid dog.
Dennis. And our special guest star is Dinah Shore.
Are Mr. and Mrs. Colman going to be with you?
Oh, Ronnie and Benita? No, they won't be on tonight.
Oh, you call the Colmans by their first name. What do they call you?
That's why they're not on tonight.
Now, that's not true, Mary. They just couldn't make the trip. I borrowed their luggage.
By the way, Mr. Benny, there's something that I've always been curious about. How did you ever meet the Colmans?
You mean the very first time? Well, you see, they lived next door to me, and... Oh, it's a long story.
Go ahead, tell him, Jack.
No, I wouldn't want to bore him.
I'd like to hear about it.
I'll tell him.
Mary, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, don't be so sensitive, Jack. Now, it's getting late. You'll go in the other room and get dressed.
Oh, all right.
Well, Mr. Fine, this is how Jack first met Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. Happened about 5 years ago, shortly after Mr. Benny returned from England. I came over to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, and when he answered the door, he was wearing a tuxedo.
Oh, hello, Mary. Come in.
Jack, you're all dressed up. Where are you going?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman invited me to dinner tonight. See, they live right next door.
I know, but they've been living there for 12 years. It's strange that they should suddenly invite you.
Well, I have the invitation right here in my pocket, and I wish Rochester would be a little more careful with my mail. Fortunately, I found it lying out on the back porch.
Let me see it.
Here it is.
Dear Jack, glad to know you are back in America. Benita and I would love to have you for cocktails and dinner Sunday evening. We'll expect you around 8. Ronald Coleman.
There you are.
Oh, what does he mean, back in America?
My trip to England this summer.
Oh, yes. But I still can't understand it.
Never mind that. How do I look?
Well, Jack, your tuxedo's awfully tight.
It is now. What does a woman know about men's clothes? Rochester?
Yes, boss?
How does my tuxedo look?
The jacket seems all right, but I wouldn't wear those pants. They're too tight.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to wear them anyway.
Okay, but if you bend over, there's going to be panic in the streets.
I'll be all right.
You better get going, Jack. It's 8 o'clock.
No, Mary, I think I'll be 5 minutes late. It'll make a better impression on the Colemans. I bet they're more nervous than I am.
Oh, Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Darling, shouldn't you be dressed? You know we're having a guest for dinner.
A guest tonight? Who?
You remember, Jack. Jack Wellington from London.
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, good old Wellington. Then you mailed him that letter I wrote.
No, dear. I couldn't find it anywhere. It must have blown out of the window. So I phoned him instead. He should be here in a minute.
Oh, splendid, splendid.
Well, Ronnie, aren't you going to dress?
Oh, no, darling. Not for Wellington. This turtleneck sweater's all right. He likes informality.
Oh, well, I won't bother either. Darling, would you mind choosing the wine for dinner?
Yes, in a moment, darling. I just must finish this letter to the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce. Let me see. So, much as I hate to complain again, I think every effort should be made to prevent Mr. Benny from commercializing this section.
Ronnie, you know those complaints never do any good. You've been writing them for 12 years.
Yeah, but I can't sit by and do nothing. Besides, they were helpful that time when I reported Benny was hanging his customers' laundry on our rose trellis.
That wasn't so serious.
Not serious? Why, every time I wanted to pick a rose, I had to reach through Jimmy Stewart's underwear. I get so mad every time.
Now, dear, after all, Mr. Benny is our next-door neighbor. And last week you yourself said he's acquiring a new sense of responsibility when you saw him installing a sprinkler system on his front lawn.
Yes, I should have known he was up to something.
What do you mean?
Well, that sprinkler system has become the only 29-cent car wash in town.
Can't be.
Why, yesterday, I saw him standing down in the corner throwing mud at the passing car. This man must be stopped. Where money is concerned, he's positively inhuman.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, I know I'm right. And those people he surrounds himself with. What a grotesque bunch of characters. Take that Phil Harris chap.
Phil Harris?
Yes. The way he comes up the sidewalk every morning. Yelling, "Okay, Jackson, don't be a mug. Harris is here, so bring out the jar." What a remarkable fellow. Does he have some connection with Mr. Benny's program?
Yes. I understand he leads the orchestra.
Oh, he's a musician.
No, he just leads the orchestra.
That young girl, Mary Livingston, now, she seems very nice.
Yes. How she ever got mixed up with that bunch of schlemiels, I'll never know.
Neither will I.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Coleman.
Oh, yes, Sherwood.
Mr. Jack Wellington has arrived.
Good.
Come on, Ronnie. Jack.
Wellington, old boy.
Hello, Ronnie, Benita. So nice of you to have me over to dinner. I came direct from the tennis courts. I hope you don't mind my being in just slacks and a slip-over.
No, of course not. We hate formality.
Tell me, Benita, what are all those cars lined up in the driveway next door?
That's Jack Benny's house. He's running a car wash.
Splendid. Just what I need. As I turned the corner, some bounder threw mud on my car.
You see, Benita?
Yeah. But come now, Ronnie, get behind the bar and mix us a cocktail.
All right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Colman.
Yes, Sherwood?
There's a gentleman at the door, sir. Here's his card.
His card? Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, radio. And square dance caller. Has own PA system. Jack Benny here? What in the world can he possibly want?
I don't know.
Look, Sherwood, tell him I'll call him later. We have a guest for dinner.
But, Mr. Colman, he said that you were expecting him for dinner.
For dinner? Benita, did you invite Jack Benny for dinner?
No, darling. Are you sure you didn't?
I'm positive.
I say, Ronnie, is this the eccentric chap you were telling me about who's on the wireless?
Well, his coming here is obviously a mistake, but we must make the best of an awkward situation. Sherwood, show Mr. Benny in, and then set another place for dinner.
Very good, sir. Follow me, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, hello, Ronnie, Benita.
Hello, Jack. Come in.
Yes, come in.
We were just going to have a cocktail.
Yes, Mr. Benny, this is our friend Jack Wellington.
Oh, pleased to meet you, old chap.
Well, I didn't expect anyone else to be here, but that's just like the Colman. Always room for one more. Yes, sir.
Ronnie.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, the cocktails are ready. Here we are. Benita, happy day. Wellington, your health. Benny, good luck.
Too hard. Sorry, I didn't mean to break the glass.
Oh, and that set was 150 years old.
Well, I'm certainly glad I didn't break any of your new stuff. Well, I'll just sit here and read a magazine while you three go upstairs and dress. No hurry, you know.
Oh, no, Jack, old boy. This is just an informal gathering.
Oh. Mr. Wellington, you're from England, aren't you?
Yes, I am, old fellow.
Tell me, Wellington, how are things over there?
Well, it's been very exciting, especially with the election and all.
Yes. Oh, I'd love to get away to England if my schedule would only permit it. But I'd like to be there in the spring.
Oh, yes, Ronnie. At that time of the year, everything is so beautiful. Especially the Thames.
Yes, the jolly old Thames.
I always take them whenever my stomach's upset. They're very good, you know. Yes, sir.
Yep.
You said it.
Pardon me, but dinner is served.
Thank you, Sherwood.
Come, gentlemen, let's go into the dining room.
Okay.
Ronnie, take my arm.
Take your partner by the hand. Sashay right with an Alameda grand. Do-si-do and... Oh, pardon me. The way you people are dressed threw me for a minute.
Come along. Let's all have dinner.
Benita, that certainly was a wonderful meal. Yes, sir.
Well, it's getting kind of late.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't realize what time it was.
Ah, yes, it is getting rather late.
It's only 9 o'clock. Yes, sir. Yep. Time marches on.
Yes, sir.
Yup.
Well, I guess I better be running along. Time for me to go home. Good night, Mr. Wellington. Very happy to have met you.
Good night, old boy, and with my luck, we'll probably meet again.
Yes, thank you. Good night, Benita and Ronnie. I had a lovely time. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Oh, you're very welcome, I'm sure.
Yes, we were happy to have you.
Thank you.
I'll show you to the door, Jack.
Oh, thank you. Well, good night, Ronnie, old boy. I had a swell time. And say, I'm awfully sorry about Wellington.
Wellington? What do you mean?
Oh, I know you're loyal to your friends, but isn't it awful the way a guy like him can throw a damper on a party, you know?
You know, Jack, there's a lot of truth in what you say.
You're telling me. Well, goodbye. I'm not out yet.
Oh, pardon me.
Well, good night, Ronnie.
Good night.
Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Gee, they're nice people, the Colmans. Da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. That Wellington seems to be a nice chap, too. I can't understand him just dropping in uninvited. Oh, well. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-da-da-dum.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, let's everybody be happy, go lucky as we join in a Halloween party.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Oh, which I am at Halloween, I ride my broom with glee and trail a great big sign that says Motel SMMP.
A jack-o'-lantern I may be, a pumpkin from way back, but I've got brains enough to pick that milder lucky pack.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Yes, friends, be happy, go lucky. Enjoy your cigarette. Puff by puff, you'll find Lucky's always give you perfect mildness. In fact, scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. And puff by puff, you always get rich taste, too. All the deep-down smoking enjoyment that comes from truly fine tobacco. Because LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, friends, be happy, go lucky. Try a carton of Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Good night, folks. We're a little late.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented transcribed by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You know us for the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. And that sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Each one scientifically compounded to do a job for you. For example, there's Rexall's famous mouthwash, MI31. MI31 is a special antiseptic formula that kills contacted germs almost instantly when used full strength, yet never harms delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Quality like that of Rexall MI31 is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. A few weeks ago, Alice bought a new car. She's been driving with a learner's permit, but today she's going down to take the test for her driver's license. She's a little nervous, so she's asked Phil and Frankie to drive down with her.
And now be careful, Phil. You're going a little too fast.
Alice.
And put your hand out when you make a turn.
Alice.
What's what you're doing? You went through a red light.
Alice.
What?
You're driving.
I'm so nervous about taking my test, I forgot.
I've never seen such lousy driving. Alice, you mind if I get out of this death trap?
Don't be sarcastic. I happen to be a very good driver. I was the best one in the driving school, and the teacher said my driving was better.
All right. You're a good driver. Now get off the sidewalk and back on the road.
Frankie, if you don't like what I'm doing, you can get out and walk.
Why should I? You didn't get fresh with me. If you were to try to kiss me, I'd be forced to defend my honor and leave.
All right, Grable, all right. You can stop already. Look, Alice, here's the Motor Vehicle Bureau. There's a parking space right there in back of that cop's motorcycle. That's it. Now slow down. That's fine. Now back in.
Oh, I don't want to back in. It seems like such a sneaky way to do it. I have enough room to go in forward.
Honey, I don't think you can make it
Please,
if you...
Bill, I know what I'm doing. I can get into that space with my eyes closed. What's this?
You can open your eyes, dear. You're in.
Uh-oh. The cop's motorcycle was knocked over.
Did I do that?
No, dear. It's just a nervous motorcycle. You see, when you raced your engine, the motorcycle got flustered, jumped up in the air, and fell over in a dead faint.
You know those high-strung Harley-Davidsons?
Hey, Alice, quick. You better back up before somebody sees us. Now, hurry up. Back up.
Alice, there's a car in back of you!
He found it. Well, dear, you're batting 1,000. You got one going forward, you got one going backwards. Do you want to stop now, or would you care to try one sideways?
I think if you put a little English on it, you can hit that truck across the street.
Oh, it's your fault. You fellas get me all upset. Anyway, this time I didn't hit a cop's motorcycle.
What did she hit, Frankie?
I don't know. Must be a company car. There's a sign on it.
What does it say?
Los Angeles Police Department.
Oh, it's only a squad car. It's just a squad car! Hey, Alice, quick. Slide over. Let me get at that wheel. Slide over. Oh. Hold it there!
Uh-oh, here comes Felix Flatfoot.
A policeman?
Yeah, Lester Lockstep in person. Now, Alice, you be quiet and let Frankie and me handle this. We'll get you off the hook. We'll kid him out of it.
Cops have a wonderful sense of humor.
Well, nice driving, buddy.
Oh, it was nothing. Glad you liked it.
I didn't like it.
Who cares? I don't believe anybody asked for your opinion.
a minute. You don't seem to realize who I am. I'm wearing a uniform.
Well, bully for you. Now run along and deliver your telegrams and leave us alone. These Western Union boys certainly...
Frankie, he's not a Western Union boy.
Well, thank you. I'm glad somebody recognized me.
Well, you'll have to forgive my friend. He's not familiar with the Cub Scout uniform.
The wise guys, huh? I'm going to throw the book at you.
Fellas, this one doesn't have a sense of humor. I think we got a straight man.
Alice, please. I told you that we'll handle this. Well, if you're not a Cub Scout or a Western Union messenger, just what is your racket? Who are you?
Who am I? I'll break it to you easy. You see this badge? What does it say on it?
L-A-P-D. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lappet.
Lappet?
Yeah, that's short for Lapidus. It's,
My name ain't Lapidus, it's Cassidy.
Cassidy? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you without your horse, Hoppy. Hey, Frankie, this is Hopalong Cassidy.
I'm not impressed. I'm a Roy Rogers man.
If you two comics are through, you can come with me. Come on.
Now, wait a minute, officer. Don't blame them. It's a natural mistake. You do look a lot like Hopalong Cassidy.
I don't care if I do?
Yes. Only you're even better looking. In fact, you're one of the handsomest men I've ever seen.
Well, it's nice you're very... You doing anything tonight, Blondie?
Now, wait a minute, officer. She happens to be my wife.
Quiet, knothead. I'm writing you out a ticket.
Well, what's the charge?
Reckless driving. You knocked over my motorcycle. Got a driver's license?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Phil Harris.
Where do you live?
Encino. Where do you live?
North Hollywood.
What's your name?
James Cassidy.
Let me see your driver's license.
Very well, I have it. I have a uniform.
A likely story.
But I tell you...
Let me smell your breath.
Honest, I have...
Quiet, I'm writing you out a ticket.
But please, sir, I didn't mean it. I'm the one that's writing out the ticket. Now, let me see your driver's license.
All right. Here you are. Thought I didn't have one, huh? Well, I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I know all the rules and regulations. And you'll find my driver's license in perfect order.
Yeah, except for one little detail.
What's that?
It expired 3 months ago.
It expired? Well, gee, officer, I didn't realize it.
A likely story.
You stay out of this. Here's your ticket, Mr. Harris. You'll find quite a few charges on
Now,
it.
you can't do this to me. I'm a celebrity. I'm Phil Harris, the radio star.
Well, good for you. In that case, you can afford a bigger fine. Be in court in the morning. In the meantime, have your license renewed and don't try to drive until you do. So long.
But, officer, I didn't do any... Oh, Alice, why didn't you tell him that you were driving the car?
Oh, but, Phil, if he gave me a ticket, it would spoil my chance of getting my driver's license. Oh, honey, it was sweet of you to take the blame for me.
Yeah, you wouldn't have got your license. I guess you're right. Well, after all, it'll only take me a few minutes to renew my license. Let's go in the Motor Vehicle Bureau and get it over with. Hey, Frankie, will you park the car?
Yeah, okay, Scrub.
Come on, Alice. Hey, honey, as soon as they recognize me in there, I'll get my license renewed. Like that.
Huh. Suppose they don't recognize you.
Well, I'll make sure they do. I'll walk in singing like this. 1, 2. Well, look at them shuffling down, rambling, scrambling, heading for town, hustling, bustling, buzzing around, happily awaiting at the station. Well, look at the train, the number 709, huffing and puffing and arriving on time. Who do you think's about to arrive? The band they call the Dixieland Five. They're gonna play that Muskrat Ramble tune, the way you never ever heard it played. Get ready for the big parade. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on and join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that rambling, scrambling muskrat song. Come on and ramble along. Look at them shuffling down. Look at the band parading all over town. Look at the happiness going around. Well, everybody's up and celebrating. Look at the drummer entertaining the gang. Clinking and clanging with the bing and the bang. Changing the town from dead to alive. The band they call the Dixieland Five. You're gonna hear them play old Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person for a one-night stand. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on to join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that shuffle and scuffle and muskrat song. Come on and ramble along. They'll play that Dixieland. You better get your reservation planned in person for a one-night stand. All together now, 1 and 2. Come on to join the happy throng. Feel the beat of that shuffle and scuffle and muskrat song. Come on and ramble along.
Hiya, Cassidy. What's on your mind?
Hey, George, I want you to do me a favor. Sure. Some wise guy named Phil Harris is coming in to renew his driver's license. He thinks he's a big shot. So when he comes in, I want you and the boys to give him the works.
Oh, we know how to handle that type. Hey, Jack, when this Harris guy comes in, I want you and Eddie to get in line in back of him and make believe you're applying for a license, too.
Okay, George.
We'll take care of Harris.
Drive him crazy, fellas. Here he comes. He's the one with the blonde hair. I better duck.
All right, leave it up, Cassidy. Eddie, you and Jack go out and get in line in back of him. Huh?
Say, pardon me, Bud, but where do I renew my driver's license?
Oh, right here. What's your name, sir?
I, sir, am Phil Harris.
Phil Harris? Oh, when I tell the boys, fellas, look who's here, Phil Harris!
See, Alice, it happens every time. You people are kind of impressed at seeing me, aren't you, Bud?
Oh, yes. We haven't been so thrilled since Lassie came in for a dog license. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I want to have my license renewed.
Oh, very well. There'll be a few questions to answer. First, who were you sired by?
Well, why do I have to answer questions? All I want is a license. Here's my old one. Give me a new one.
Oh, you optimist, you. It's not that simple. Before I can stamp your license, you'll have to take an eye test, a road sign test, a traffic law test, a driving test, a loyalty test, a blood test, and a screen test.
Well, why do I have to go through all that? I've been driving for 20 years.
We have to be very strict about who we issue licenses to.
You mean that I have to go through all that, too?
Oh, I didn't see you, miss. What did you want, Blondie?
Well, I want a driver's license.
You ever had a license before, dear?
No. No, I've just learned to drive.
And you want a license, honey?
Yes, sir.
Here you are, darling. Take this over to window 4.
Oh, thank you. See you later, Phil.
Now, wait a minute. Why do I have to go through all those tests and she gets her license stamped right away?
She's prettier than you are.
Only because she's wearing makeup. Look, I'm sick and tired of the red tape. All I want to do is renew my license, and I don't need no written test or no eye test.
Well, please, the tests are very important for the safety of the public. I got no time to argue. There are 2 men waiting in line in back of you.
But look, mister, I want to...
Please, step aside.
Oh.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
I want a driver's license.
Very well. Step right up to the window.
What window?
is it?
Right over here.
All right, don't help me. I'll manage to find it. This must be the window.
Get your nose out of my face.
Oh, pardon me. I mistook the lines in your face for the bars on the window. Now, let me see now. Where is that window?
This way.
Keep talking. I'll come in on the sound of your voice.
Beep. There we are. Now you say you want a driver's license?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to give you the eye test. How is your vision?
Perfect.
You passed. Here's your license.
Nice thorough examination.
Thanks for the license. Now, if you'll just aim me toward the door, I'll be on my way.
Good luck. Oh, and by the way, if you ever get a chance, drop in and get yourself a pair of glasses, will you?
Well, I've been trying to for 3 years, but I can never find the optometrist's office. Well, I'll be seeing you.
With what? How come you gave him a license? Who? That baseball umpire that just left. What kind of an eye test was that?
Now, we have to be strict. We can't have reckless drivers on the streets. Now, what is it you wanted again?
I want to renew my driver's license. All I want is for you to take...
I'm next. I want a driver's license.
Oh, yes, sir. How long have you been driving?
2 weeks.
You got any tickets for traffic violations?
About 22.
You ever been jailed on a traffic charge?
6 or 7 times.
You ever hit a pedestrian?
Only when they get my way.
I like your attitude.
Here's your license. Hold it! Now, why did you give him a license?
Well, why shouldn't I?
In 2 weeks, he got 22 tickets. He was in jail 7 times, and he hits pedestrians when they get in his way.
So he made one little mistake. I feel if a man is trying, he should be given another chance. After all, that's the democratic way you do it.
Never mind him. Now, how about me?
Oh, yes. What was it you wanted again?
I just want to renew my driver's license.
Well, why didn't you say so? If that's all you want, it won't take any time at all. Well, what do you know? 12 o'clock in time for lunch. I'll be back in an hour.
Come back here. Open that window. All I want is my driver's license.
Well, Bill, I'm all ready to...
I never did a joke.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, I just thought of a joke. Who's laughing? They put me through all that red tape, and the guy gave you your license just like that.
Oh, that was no license he gave me. That was just an application. I'm doing fine, dear. I just passed my eye test.
Oh, that was a tough one.
I passed my written test, too. And now I'm going out to take my driving test.
I got a tip for you.
What?
If you can hit somebody, it'll help. Never saw such a place. I'm having nothing but trouble.
Oh, cheer up, honey. Don't be a grouch. Stay with the happy people.
Yeah? That sounds suspiciously like...
It is. We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious. And take it from me, the misery is looking around for company. So stay with the happy people. Don't you wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile.
Smile, 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 won't you wear a smile? Smile, smile, won't you wear a smile? happy people.
Have your fun, live in the land of joy.
If you want to stay with the happy people,
face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious, and you can take it from me that misery is looking around for company.
so stay, stay, stay with the happy people.
Don't you wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style.
Just stay, stay, stay with the people. Love, love, love all the people who wear a smile.
Well, how are we doing, Cassidy?
Wonderful, George. Wonderful. You guys really got that Harris character going.
Hi, Officer Cassidy. Here are the groceries your wife wants you to bring home.
Oh, thanks, Julius.
What are you guys laughing at?
Some wise guy's trying to renew his driver's license. We're making it tough for him.
I don't think that's a very nice thing to do. Who is the poor fella you're doing this to?
Phil Harris.
As I was saying, it's not a very nice thing to do, and how can I help louse up the big slob?
Well, we're trying to think of some tough tests to give him. Have you got any suggestions?
Yeah, let me give him the test. I'll tell him I'm a new clerk you put on part-time.
Okay. That's Harris banging on my window now. You better open it up, Julius.
Okay, this is going to be a pleasure.
Well, it's about time you opened your window.
What's on your mind, Mac?
Well, sir, I want to renew my... No, not you.
Yeah, it's me.
What are you doing behind there, you little squirt?
I just started working part-time, and if you want a license, you'll have to deal with me.
Look, Julius, if you think I'm going to let you...
Please, don't aggravate me. I'm a very nasty little clerk when I'm upset. All right, let's get on with your test.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to take any test from you because you won't give me a fair break.
Mr. Harris, I assure you my personal feelings will not bias my opinions.
Well, in that case, all right.
Just because I hate your guts don't mean I won't give you a fair test. Now, the first thing I got to do is give you the eye test.
I tell you, I'm not going to... The eye test? Oh, that's a cinch. I know how to answer that one. Go ahead, ask me the question.
How's your vision?
Perfect. I pass. Give me my license. Stamp. Give me another.
Not so fast. Gotta read the chart on the wall first. Cover your left eye and read the top line.
Okay. A, M, L, T.
Now cover your right eye and read the second line.
P, R, S, V.
Now cover both eyes and read the third line.
If it's all right with you, can I feel the letters a little?
I'll be lenient. I'll let you read it with one eye open.
Oh, I'd hate to cheat like that.
Go ahead, read the third line.
Q, F, X, W, Z.
Now pronounce it. Well, stop stalling, Mac. Pronounce it.
Province. Laval. Swamps.
69.
Why?
You can't read English. There'd be a danger on the road. If you came across a word like that on a road sign, you wouldn't know what it meant.
Well, where will I ever come across a sign like that? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. In Czechoslovakia, it means no U-turn.
How do you like that? I've been driving for 20 years, and I didn't know that in Czechoslovakia you're not allowed to make a quantz. Look, I'm not going to take any more of this from you. This is the most outrageous thing that I've ever heard of. I'm not going to...
It's okay. I'll take over now. I think we got about as far as we can with
You're darn right you have, because I'm a citizen and I demand my rights.
Very well.
Very funny.
Yeah. No. What was it you wanted again?
Yes, I remember.
You wanted to renew your driver's license.
Now we're getting someplace.
Well, just fill out this application, and in no time at all, we'll have... Well, the 5 o'clock whistle. Time to go home. Good night.
Wait! Open that window. Open the window, I say. You can't do this to me. I want my license.
Phil, look. I passed all the tests and got my driver's license. How did you do?
I didn't get one. Come on, let's go home. I've been framed. They wouldn't give me my license.
Well, one consolation. Now that you can't drive, you can't get any more tickets. Oh, there's the car across the street.
Well, wait here and I'll get Frankie to drive it over.
Oh, Phil! Phil, be careful crossing the street, you...
Don't tell me how to cross the street. I've been crossing them for 35 years.
Hey, Harris!
Oh, it's you, Cassidy.
I got something for you.
My driver's license?
No, a ticket for jaywalk.
No!
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But first, here's your Rexall family druggist.
The other day I was telling a customer about one of Rexall's best-known products called Bismarex.
Oh, you don't have to tell me about Bismarex. I already know what swell relief it is for acid indigestion.
Well, as a matter of fact, that's exactly what this customer said. But wouldn't you still like to know why that's true?
Well, yes, I guess I would.
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula for Bismarex. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only prompt, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized within 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up those acid gastric pains. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, no wonder Bismarex works so well.
Well, ma'am, 10,000 family druggists don't wonder about it. You see, we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Folks, this is Phil Harris again, and as you may know, the present time I'm crossing the country with a big 2-hour stage show, including my chief stooge, Jackson Benny. Then we have Rochester, gorgeous film star Vivian Blaine, my whole band, and many other wonderful extra acts, all in person. Tonight we play Milwaukee. Tomorrow, Monday, we play Peoria. This Tuesday, we'll be in St. Louis. This Wednesday, Indianapolis. Thursday, Grand Rapids. Friday in Detroit. Saturday, Toledo. And next Sunday in Cleveland. It's a great show, and I hope you'll ask for your tickets early because they're going fast. Join us on the air again next Sunday. Thanks, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
This program was produced and transcribed by Paul Phillips. Now Rexall brings you ProCap, the adhesive tape that sticks better, stays put longer, and is less irritating than any adhesive plaster made. Yes, now, after years of research and testing in some of the country's most famous clinics and hospitals, ProCap is ready for use in your own home. The finest adhesive tape money can buy. That's ProCap, P-R-O-C-A-P. Ask for it at the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Next, Sam Spade, then Betty Hutton on Theater Guild on NBC.
Perforamnce USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world.
Command Performance!
Presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Get on the beam there, men. Here comes your personal radio show, Command Performance. Our opening letter is from Seaman First Class D.R.J. on a battleship somewhere in the South Pacific. He says,
Dear Command Performance, maybe I'm just an old deck swabber, but I've got a lot of young ideas. One of them's Betty Grable. I happened to read in the last Walter Winchell column I saw that Betty was keeping company with George Raft. Please tell Betty that we've got a nice big battleship. Why should she waste her time with a raft?
Well, brother, you've got something there, and we've got something here, too. She's yours for tonight. Fellas, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Paul Douglas, and hello there, fellas. I told Mama not to wait up tonight because I'm going out shortwave. I'm going out with all the fighting men in Uncle Sam's Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard. And that's just about the biggest blind date any girl ever had. And I don't mind telling you boys that I'm carrying the torch for you. And so is that lady in the harbor back in New York. The studio here is so full of stars we could almost get along without lights. So I'd better start answering your commands. First, a salute to the boys of Unit 855, United States Marine Corps. The address is a military secret, but the letter is signed by M.D.G. Jr., who hails from Culpeper, Virginia. For him and his gang, we proudly present Miss Judy Canova.
Here's a song from me to you, and I hope you like it. I had a sailor courted me for quite a spell, mid simple life of country folk. Now when he told me that he wanted to go away, my little heart it almost arose. I said, you know it's true, I love you best of all, so honey, don't you go away. Now just as he went to go, it grieved my heart, and so these words he heard me say. Darn, that's pretty. Some of these days, you're gonna miss me, honey. Oh, some of these days, you're gonna feel so lonely. You'll miss my hug, you'll miss my kisses, you'll miss me, honey. When you go, feel lonely. I'm blue, only for you, honey. Oh, you've had your way, and that ain't hay. And when you leave me, I know they'll grieve me. You miss her, little baby. I'm gonna find myself a ball and chain, and when I do, you gonna miss me. Oh, some of these days.
Thank you, Judy Canova. That was swell. On our show of March 22nd, a very amusing man gave a lecture to sailors in which he discussed the facts of life. Apparently, he gives such valuable advice that you men have called him back for his second triumphant appearance on Command Performance. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Miss Grable. This is a little talk that I'm going to deliver tomorrow to a group of young women about to enter a short course in nursing. I just want to see what you think of it. I may tear the whole thing up anyway. Young ladies, I'm going to say, if I say anything. Young ladies, I am happy to speak a few words of cheer to you on this your day of matriculation. Perhaps I shouldn't even have said that. Perhaps I shouldn't have started the talk at all. If you can't say a word like matriculation without... Well, anyway, I do feel, however, that a word or two of warning may not be out of place from an old man who has been very close to several nurses and vice versa. I like to think of us all as just one big family, don't you? First, there comes the problem of bathing in bed. I mean, of course, bathing the patient in bed. Well, let's look at it from another angle. Let's take the subject of changing the bedding after bathing the patient in bed. Now, as I see it, the problem is to get the bottom sheet out from under the patient without tossing him too far in the air or catapulting him on the floor on the other side. This can be done by calling his attention to something outside the window, counting 1, 2, 3, and then not changing the bottom sheet at all. He won't know the difference in a couple of minutes anyway. Now, once you've got the patient washed and the bed linen changed, there's a question of, I wonder if you'd like to hear something about the work we're trying to do among our boys up at our little camp in Silver Lake. I don't think it's generally known that most of our boys up there are between the age of 16. We feel that by taking the boy at this age, we can get him into closer touch not only with his parents, his school, and his people, lots of people, but also with the town in which he lives, the flag to which he pays allegiance, and to the town in which he lives. I was talking on this subject only last week at our Uptown branch, asking for contributions for the camp, and at the conclusion of my talk, a little old lady, dressed all in lavender, came up on the platform, and placing her hand on my arm, asked, "What the hell did you do with all the money we gave you last year?" Well, I just laughed and pushed her off the platform. But I quote that only to show how much interest people are taking in our camp and how bright the future seems to be for it. Or did I say that? Well, anyway, to get back to what I was going to say to the young ladies who are training to be nurses. From my experience with nurses, I think that I'm right in making the suggestion that the nurse is likely to hang around the room too much. Is that right? I don't know. Nurses are often very charming young ladies. I say this entirely on hearsay. I never happened to draw one. I hear about these guys with beautiful nurses, but the one I usually get looks like whirl away with a cap on. Only kidding, Miss Tuttle. We now come to the subject of hospital bedroom equipment and its use. But I see that my time is about up, and so we shall have to postpone this section until our next meeting. Well, maybe the time isn't quite up yet, but it will be by the time I've announced that I will be in the vestry at the close of this talk for consultation with any of you young ladies who still want to continue nursing after what I've just said, and who would like to try getting this shoulder of mine back into place. In the vestry, and this goes for you too, fellas. What have I said?
Thank you very much, Bob Benchley. And now for 2 sergeants and 8 privates in the field artillery, APO 957, somewhere in the Pacific area, Command Performance presents the world's greatest trumpet player, Harry James, and his music makers. changed. Back into the mailbag now, we find a letter from the gang at the U.S. Naval Air Station, Coco Solo Canal Zone. It is signed by ACH, who says, I suppose you're swamped with requests, and it will be some time before you get to mine. But I'll be waiting for Jack Benny. Well, ACH, suppose I refer your request to the heavyweight champion of microphonia, Don Wilson.
Thank you, Betty. Thank you. Gosh, she's beautiful. You said it. And now, fellows, we bring you a man who used to be a beautiful baby, Jack Benny.
Say, Don, when I smiled at Harry James, you see how worried Phil Harris looked? Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I like that beautiful baby introduction. Was that just a lucky guess, or did you have authentic information?
Well, Jack, when I was over to your house for dinner the other night, I took a peek at that old family album of yours.
Oh, Don.
And I must say you were a gorgeous infant. Were you really so good looking?
Well, I don't want to sound hammy or anything like that, but for the first 17 months of my life, I was a length ahead of Robert Taylor. In fact, I won 4 blue diapers.
I can imagine.
Say, Don, I'll bet you were quite a healthy-looking kid yourself, weren't you?
Well, Jack, I
could just see you as a baby, Don, bouncing your mother on your knees. And I can hear your mother singing to you, Rock-a-bye Baby on the treetop.
Oh, she sure did.
That tree must have been a redwood. Well, anyway, I'd like to be a baby again. I really shouldn't keep talking like this, but I was about the cutest little Dickens in Waukegan. In fact, people from all around used to come to my father's meat market just to see me.
Meat market? Why, I thought your father ran a clothing store.
Well, Don, it was a combination meat market and clothing store. On Saturdays, we used to run a special, a pound of hamburger with 2 pair of pants. Oh, it went over very big. I remember one time...
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
We were talking about me. Don just happened to mention that he saw my family album and that I was a beautiful child.
You beautiful?
Yes, I was. Not only that, I developed very quickly. When I was only 3 months old, I had 4 lovely teeth.
Well, you're right back where you started from.
We should get laughs like that on our own show. Always kills me. Now, listen, Mary. I have a full set of teeth right now. And with the exception of a little argument I had with a cab driver in Toledo, they're all my own.
And what's that price tag doing on the 3rd molar?
Don't be funny.
Say, Jack, did I hear you say that you had an argument with a cab driver in Toledo?
Yes, but of course that was years ago.
Well, what was the fight all about?
Oh, nothing. He just happened to say something I didn't like, and he hit me. Otherwise, Toledo was lovely.
Say, Don, when you were looking through that album, did you see the picture of Jack's uncle on the big white horse?
Yes, I did.
That was my Uncle Beaumont, you know.
And did you see the tree in back with a rope dangling from it and that big crowd of men standing around?
Mary, my uncle didn't steal that horse. That was just a scene from a Western movie he was making called The Code of the West. What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he never saw the preview.
He did, and he was a fine actor.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. I didn't see you.
Well, I was around here. I heard you telling everybody what a beautiful baby you were.
Well, Don brought up the subject. I never mentioned it. Have you got any cute baby pictures, Dennis?
None where I'm facing the camera.
Oh.
You know, Mr. Benny, I wasn't a very pretty kid, but I was as smart as a whip.
Smart, eh? I'll bet you were.
All right, you can laugh, but when I was 12 years old, I recited the Gettysburg Address.
At 12? What's clever about that?
Could Lincoln do it?
All right, Dennis, we won't go into that. But if you were so smart at the age of 12, what happened to you in the meantime?
I don't know. All of a sudden, everything went blank.
That's what I thought. Say, where's Phil?
Oh, he's around here somewhere. By the way, Jack, I don't know whether I ought to tell you this or not, but Phil's pretty sore about that crack you made at rehearsal.
What crack?
You know, when you told him that if he didn't like it here, he could go out and get his own program.
Oh. Well, gee, Don, I was only kidding. I didn't mean anything.
Well, Phil took it pretty seriously, and he said he's going to leave you.
Leave me? Why, I made the guy. Gee. When I picked him up, he was demonstrating curlers in a drugstore window. Say, Mary, did Phil say anything to you about this wild scheme of his?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes or no?
Yes, he told me, and no, I ain't
going
to tell you.
I know. All right, I'm not worried about it. I can get another orchestra leader. Matter with Harry James. That's bad, I suppose? Anyway, Phil ought to be loyal enough to discuss things with me before he takes any definite steps.
Hey, Jack, here he comes now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the boy?
Jackson. You know, Phil, it's cute the way you call me that every week, you know. Say, what's this gag I hear about you getting your own program?
It's not a gag. You and I have been fighting so much lately, I thought it'd be better to call it quits, that's all.
Oh, that's silly.
Silly nothing. You're just tough to get along with, that's all.
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're always flying off the handle.
I am not. I'm sweet and lovable.
And you're always yelling and shouting at me.
Shouting at you?
And you're always losing your temper.
Why, you baggy-eyed ingrate, I never lose my temper, and you know it. I love you, you louse.
Oh, sure.
Well, now listen to me, Phil Harris.
Gee, you think they were married?
Keep out of this, Dennis. Now, look, Phil, look. I'm not begging you to stay on this program.
And get up off your knees.
I'm not on my knees. Anyway, Phil, there's no use arguing about it. You can't leave me because we've got a contract.
Some contract. I supply the orchestra, and when people throw money at us, I have to split it with you.
Oh, how often does that happen? Maybe once in a fortnight. And another thing.
Oh, Jack, what are you beefing about? If Phil wants to go, let him go.
Certainly.
You can get Abe Lyman to take his place.
Oh, that would be fine. Abe Lyman happens to be the cab driver that punched me in Toledo. That's all I need.
Say, Jack, you know a lot about music. Why don't you form your own orchestra?
Well, maybe I will. Say, I could organize a darn good swing band, believe me.
If you do, I got a swell name for it.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
Jack Benny and his Stinkolas.
Listen, Mary, I don't have to worry about getting a band together because Phil is only bluffing. If he went out on his own, where would he get a sponsor?
Don't worry about me. I've got a sponsor.
Oh, you have, eh?
Yeah, I'm going on the air for McMillan's Corn Plasters.
Corn plasters?
Yes, corn plasters.
Well, that fits. Half the time you're corny and the other half you're plaster. Anyway, Phil, if you're smart, you'd stay right here and try to be a little more... I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want?
Are you planning to come home for dinner tonight?
Well, certainly I am.
Well, if you want something to eat, you better bring some food home with you.
What are you talking about? There was plenty of food in the icebox when I left the house this morning. What happened to it?
In the which?
In the icebox. When I left this morning, it was just bulging with food.
Well, the swelling's going down now.
Rochester, did you throw another party this afternoon?
Well, come to think of it, a few of my friends dropped in for some tea and donuts.
Now, listen, if you just served tea and donuts, what happened to all those lamb chops?
Well, I ran out of donuts.
Yes?
So we bored holes in the chops and dumped them.
That's fine. Well, what happened to the big roast turkey that was in the icebox?
Oh, that was first prize in the bingo game.
Well, that's the last straw. Now, you just see that there's some food in the house when I get there.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
As long as you're coming home, will you bring my fan mail?
Yes, I'll bring it. Goodbye. Darn, that Rochester eats me out of house and home. Well, that's all for us, fellas. Good luck and give 'em hell.
Thanks a lot, Jack Benny and Company. Now a very nice letter from a very nice sergeant at Army Post Office, number 803A at Suriname, South America.
Dear Command Performance, I'm one of the many listeners to your program for the fighting men of the good old USA. You know, we fellas can't thank you enough for the wonderful work you're doing all for us. Our favorite singer is Mary Martin,
And we'll be patiently waiting and listening for her sweet and lovely voice.
Well, Sergeant, you don't have to wait any longer. Here she is, lovely Mary Martin. Thank you, Betty. And thanks to the sergeant and all the other men in Uncle Sam's fighting forces who have invited me to appear on this program. If the Bing Crosby show is within your listening range, you've probably heard Victor Borger's upper language. It's a new kind of talk based on the idea that since everything is higher today, all the numbers in the words we speak should be increased by 1. Wonderful becomes twotiful. Toupee becomes threepay, and lieutenant becomes lieutenant, and so forth. One of our latest song hits carries out this idea. It's called My Tootiful Little Lieutenant. And with the assistance of the Music Maids and Hal and Harry James Orchestra, I'd like to sing it for you now. There's a handsome lieutenant and he's mine, oh mine. No word is high enough, no praise to the sky enough, so I have to raise all the words by 1. He is much more than wonderful, so I add 1. I call him beautiful, but 1 more than wonderful. In fact, he's just sweet divine. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. He is my beautiful little Lebanon. He's the only truth I need. It's higher praises that he deserves, so I sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Does he come from California? No. Does he come from 11th Street? No. Does he come from Washington? No. He comes from Timbuktu. It's higher praises that he deserves, so we sing his praises in higher words. He is my beautiful little Lebanon, and he comes from Timbuktu. Well, fellas, Old Man Time is giving us the high sign, and it looks like my blind date with you is just about over. And when a gal has been shown a good time, it's customary for her to express her appreciation by extending her date the courtesy of a good night kiss. I don't suppose a shortwave kiss can be very effective, but it's the best I can do right now. So here it is. Oh, Colonel. Well, fellas, if we didn't get around to answering your particular request this time, keep listening. Your letter is probably here in the bag. And take it from me, that battle you're fighting out there is in the bag, too. This is Betty Grable thanking you for the date and reminding you that Hollywood turns out a lot of pictures. But for you, Hollywood just turns out. Goodbye now.
Those letters, men, and their orders to us, because around here you're the GHQ. Keep on writing to the station to which you're listening, and Command Performance will fill your request. And listen, fella, for a time there, the Axis was getting pretty cocky. Right now, their worry is khaki. See you later.
Operator, this is Eddie Cantor. Connect me with Fink's Drugstore. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Fink's Drugstore.
Hello. Would you please run across the street and call Jack Benny to the phone?
Well, Mr. Benny happens to be here now, but you'll have to wait a minute. He's talking to the manager at the pinball machine.
That was a lucky one. 2 nickels, please. We don't pay off on tilts. Still, else. Listen, buddy, I play the game fair and square. I don't even lay my hands on the machine. What I do with my feet is pure skill.
Sorry, we have rules. We do not pay off on a pinball game unless the machine remains inside the store at all times.
But, Mr. Fink...
You shoved it so close to the soda fountain, you shot the last 3 balls into the molded milkshaker.
Look, if that's the way you want to run your drugstore, I'll go elsewhere.
Please try to understand, Mr. Benny. I don't mind you shoving the machine a little. But you're not supposed to break the glass and put the balls where you want them.
That was an accident. I dropped my handkerchief on it.
Your handkerchief?
Yes, I had my lunch in it. I come here just for coffee, not to eat.
Oh, all right. Here your nickel.
Mr. Benny.
Didn't even touch the thing.
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, thanks. Help me get this pinball machine off my back. Accusing a guy of... Hello?
Jack, this is Cantor. I got your message to call.
Oh, yes, Eddie. This is urgent. I must see you immediately regarding a proposition.
Look, Jack, I'm not going to get stung with any more of your propositions. I didn't mind last month when you sold me that piece of property and told me it was a gold mine.
It is, Eddie. I tell you, miniature golf courses are coming back. But that's just a small deal. This position is big. It's tremendous. Suppose I come over and discuss it with you.
Look, Jack, I'm going on the air in a minute. I can't have you barging in on my program unless the sponsor gives us consent.
Okay, I'll hang around the drugstore until you hear from your sponsor. You can't afford to miss this
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, present It's Time to Smile with Eddie Cantor.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. How are you, Harry?
Say, Eddie, I overheard your conversation with Jack Benny. You know you don't need the sponsor's consent. Now, why don't you let him come on the program?
Harry, we've got a good thing here, haven't we?
Yes.
We're both eating regularly?
Yeah.
We get paid every week?
Well, what's all that got to do with Jack coming on our program?
Listen, if our sponsor finds out people are supposed to laugh, we're through, you know. Besides, Harry, I don't like to have him around. He's such a cheap guy.
Oh, no, Eddie, that's just a rumor. No, really, it's a rumor. I happen to know that for Mary's last birthday, Jack gave her a beautiful silver fox muff.
Silver fox muff?
Yes.
That was Benny's toupee with a zipper on it.
Eddie, you're exaggerating.
I'm
again.
not. That guy is really tight. Wednesday, he goes into a butcher shop and gets some liver for his dog. Thursday, he gets some hamburger for his dog. Friday, he gets bones for his dog.
Yeah, well, what's cheap about that?
Harry, he's got no dog.
Really, Eddie, I never thought Jack was that stingy.
He's always been that way. When Benny was a baby, he was weaned on a piggy bank. Believe me, Harry.
Oh, I have the phone there, Eddie.
Hello?
Anything new?
No, Jack. The sponsor hasn't called yet. Why can't you tell me about your proposition now?
Look, not over the phone, Eddie. It's too big, too important. Look, did John D. Rockefeller ever transact business over a phone? Did Rockefeller ever discuss million-dollar deals over a phone?
Yes, he did.
Well, who do you think I am, Rockefeller? Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, but Jack, I'm busy. Will you call me back?
Okay.
I don't know what to do with that guy. He is the...
Oh, hello, Miss Cantor.
Well, it's Hattie McDaniel. Hattie, I've been looking for you all day. Where have you been?
I've been substituting for Rochester over at Mr. Benny's house. Yes, they put poor Rochester in jail last night.
In jail? What for?
He smiled during a blackout.
You say he smiled?
Yes, sir. And the gold in his teeth lit up Hollywood Boulevard clear to Glendale.
Tell me, Hattie, I'm anxious to know. You've been to Mr. Benny's house. Has he really got a piggy bank?
Oh, no, sir.
He hasn't?
No, sir. But he's the only man I know who's got a mattress that jingle, jangle, jingle. Well, Mr. Cantor, I'll be running along now.
All right, goodbye, Hattie.
So long. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Cantor speaking.
Oh, is this you, Eddie? I must have dialed your number by mistake. However, since you're on the phone, anything new?
No, not yet, Jack.
Well, I hate to bother you so much, but don't worry about the sponsor. I'll drop over later on. So long.
So long. Harry, I can't understand that, Benny. He is so... Come in.
Anything new?
Jack, why, it's Jack Benny. Well, Jack, this is really a surprise.
Wait a minute, Eddie. What do you mean, surprise? In the first place, I just got through talking to you on the phone. Last week, you announced that I was going to be on your program. I announced it on my show Sunday. It's been in all the radio columns. You've had 8 Pinkerton detectives following me for 5 days. Now, when I walked in here, why did you get so excited?
Well, look, Jack, let's not fool ourselves. If I didn't get so excited when you walked in, if I didn't say, why, it's Jack Benny, do you think you'd get such a big reception?
Yes, I do.
Oh, yeah? Well, Jack, I'm going to show you the difference. Walk out and come in again.
All right, I will.
Come in. Why, it's Jack Benny.
Now, about this proposition.
Jack, will you forget business for a while. Business. I haven't seen you for so long, Jack. Let's just have a friendly chat.
All right.
Is it a money-making proposition?
Well, no, not exactly, no.
So how are you feeling, Jack? How are you? Gosh, it's good to see you. You know, I never see you, Jack. Of course, I listen to you every Sunday.
Oh, then you, Eddie, you did hear me mention that I was going to be on your program, didn't you?
Yes, Jack. That's the part I heard.
Oh, thank you.
Now, and on your show, you also mentioned going to see the preview of your new picture, George Washington Slept Here. Did you actually go?
Yes, Eddie, I finally saw the picture.
Well, tell me, Jack, how is it? I mean, were you pleased with your work in it?
Well, Eddie, you know, I hate to bring it up in front of all these people. Look, let me tell you something. Now, Eddie, I'm not conceited. You know that, don't you?
Of course, Jack.
I mean, you've never heard me rave about myself, have you?
Never, Jack. Never.
Well, Eddie, I will amaze you in this picture. Now, look.
No kidding.
I really will.
Really?
I honestly believe that for the first time, the screen has captured the real me.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Jack.
And you know I'm not egotistical.
No. You know that. After all. Now, well, tell me more about it, Jack. I'm really interested.
No, Eddie, I'd rather not talk about it. I mean, people might think I'm swell-headed and over-enthusiastic, so let's drop it.
Okay. By the way, Jack, how is Mary?
Mary? Why, she's not even in the picture. You see, it's Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yes.
And, Eddie, I must tell you about one scene we have together. You see, Ann and I have been married for 3 years. And there's one scene in the garden that'll tear your heart out.
Really?
Oh, really. It's where I say to her, Connie. See, that's her name in the picture,
That's
Connie.
right, Connie.
My name is Billy Boy.
Really?
Yeah, look at it. No, but this scene is really beautiful. I say to her, now this is after we've been married, you see, for 3 years, you see. And we're out in the garden, and I say, Connie, this is our 3rd anniversary. Tell me, sweetheart, do you still love me? And as the moonbeams cast their magic spell over us, she looks into my eyes and softly whispers, no. Well, Eddie, I saw it and cried.
Yeah.
Really? And when a fellow as tough as I am can cry at his own picture, well...
Well, that must be a real dramatic highlight, Jack. Huh?
Oh, it is. Oh, well, enough about me and everything. How's Ida? Did she see my picture?
No, she didn't. Tell me, Jack, how do you look on the screen? I mean, how do you photograph?
How do I photograph?
On the street.
I'm glad you brought that up. Now, Eddie, I mean, you know me well. You know I never brag.
What? You?
I mean, you know that.
I know that, Jack.
Come here a minute.
Yeah.
Now, don't misunderstand what I'm going to say. You know. Now, look at. You've seen Robert Taylor on the screen, haven't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's not talk.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let me hear. I'm your friend. Let me hear.
I'm acting like a kid.
No. Jack, it's all right.
Drop it, Eddie.
No, let's kick it around some more. Then, Jack, from what you've just told me, you really feel that you've established yourself as a great screen lover?
Definitely. To tell you the truth, Eddie, I was so good in those love scenes that in my next picture they're just going to give me a leading lady and a rumble scene.
Jack, I'd like to ask you something. You and I have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?
Oh, we've been pals, kid.
Well, I'd like to ask you something, brother.
What is it, kid?
Who's going to play the part of the rumble scene?
Listen, Eddie, not changing the subject, but look, I was awfully thirsty when I came in here. Is there any water around here?
Yeah, right out in the hall, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll be right back.
That's all right. What a ham. Harry, will you come here a minute?
Yeah, what, Eddie?
Did you ever hear a man rave so much about himself? Did you ever see such a display of egotism?
No, Eddie, I must admit I never did.
Well, let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't want to mention this to Jack, but I saw George Washington slept by.
You really saw? Well, look, how does Jack photograph, Eddie? How does he look?
Harry, come here a minute.
Yeah.
You've seen Robert Taylor, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I've seen him in lots of pictures.
Then you know it can't be the camera.
Jack looks pretty bad, huh?
He looks... I'll explain it this way. Did you ever see a little girl about 6 years old when she gets into a mother's purse and puts on some rouge and lipstick?
Yes.
Well, Jack looked just like that, only he had a red arrow pointing to his dimple. Anyway, Harry... Oh, Jack! Jack, I was just telling Mary how anxious I am.
Harry.
I was just telling Harry how anxious...
Mary is home listening to the program.
I've been telling her to... Listen. I've been just telling Harry Von Zell how anxious I am to see you in your new picture, Jack.
Really? Yeah. Well, that can be arranged, Eddie. I'll leave a couple of passes for you at the box office.
Passes?
Yes. It won't cost you a cent. You just have to be there at the theater any time between 5 and 6 in the morning, and you can see the picture. It's a sort of an early bird matinee. You know?
Look, Jack, I'd like to see George Washington slept here, but I don't want to get there so early I have to wake him up.
All right, Eddie, I'll give you 2 swell tickets for tonight.
You'll give me?
Well, in return, I'd like to ask a small favor. Remember me telling you over the phone about a certain proposition?
Yes, that's it. Come.
Well, here's what it is.
Yeah.
I am going to New York in a couple of weeks. You see, want to see the Brooklyn bombshell there. And I'm going to New York in a couple of weeks, and I'd like to take your whole cast with me.
That's the favor you...
Yes. Your whole cast.
Don't be ridiculous, my whole... I'm sorry, Jack, but it's no deal. Listen to me, kid. You keep your show and I'll keep mine.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. If you say no, that's the end of it, Eddie.
Glad we understand each other. Now, look, Jack.
Oh, Mr. Cantor.
Why, yes, Dinah. Come in, Dinah.
You wanted it for stage show, Mr. Cantor.
Thanks, Dinah. Jack, you know Dinah Shaw.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dinah.
Hello.
I got to run. I can't let you have any of my cash, Jack. You asked me and I told you, and that's the way it... Shall it be that way? You told me not to.
I'll see you later. Dinah.
Yeah.
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Come here a minute, will you?
Okay.
Look, Dinah.
Yes?
Dinah.
Uh-huh.
Dinah, are you happy here? I mean, are you satisfied with what you're doing and for whom you're doing it?
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
I mean, wouldn't you rather broadcast on Sunday than on Wednesday?
Well, what's the difference?
Well, look what it does to your whole week. Look, when you broadcast on Wednesday, let me show you. You broadcast on Wednesday, then all of a sudden comes Thursday and Friday. The first thing you know, your weekend is shot. Then all of a sudden comes Monday and Tuesday, and you're working again. Whereas, when you broadcast on Sunday, you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday all to yourself. Wonderful.
But, Mr. Benny,
No buts, Dinah. I'm determined to have you work for me. Now, I'll tell you what. I'll pay you twice as much as you get from Cantor. Now, how much does Eddie pay you?
Well...
I know how you feel, Dinah. I know how you feel. Just whisper it to me. How much does he pay you?
He pays me,
Look, Dinah, if you work on Sunday, it'll ruin your whole week. Sing.
Of a white Christmas, just like the one that used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow.
I wonder what Cantor really pays her there.
Did you say something, Mr. Benny?
Why, no, Harry. I was just... Oh, say, Harry.
What?
Come here a minute, will you?
What's the matter?
Harry, are you happy here?
Yes, I'm very happy here.
Oh, I mean, are you happy in California? Don't you get tired of all this sunshine? Wouldn't you rather go back to New York and step into a nice, slushy gutter?
What are you driving at?
Well, would you be interested in coming back to New York with my show?
Well, what about Don Wilson?
Oh, Don's all right, but with the meat rationing, I'd like to get a smaller allowance. And he's so unreasonable. Why, I offer to pay his fare back to New York, but he refuses to sleep in an upper berth.
Oh, well, that is unreasonable.
Of course it is. After all, how much room does Dennis Day take up? What do you say, Harry?
Well...
come with me, we'll get a million laughs.
Well, to tell the truth, Jack, I'd rather stay here and get a million smiles.
You rather get smiles?
Yes, I would.
How do you go about it?
That's very simple. Do it like this. Ladies and gentlemen, to help get a smile you can be really proud of, decide now to change to Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. Because firm, healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana toothpaste is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it's especially designed to help stimulate and strengthen gums, to help keep them from becoming susceptible to gum trouble, So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you follow this simple, helpful routine?
Regularly brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertips and massage it on your gums.
So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist tomorrow. And remember, the government says we can't buy toothpaste of any kind without turning in an empty tube. So don't forget to take an empty metal tube of some kind with you when you ask for your Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, Dinah, where's Jack Benny?
He went into your dressing room to comb his hair.
That's silly. Could have left it here and I'd have combed it.
Mr. Cantor, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but, well, Jack Benny's been trying to hire me for his program.
What?
And Harry, too.
No!
Yeah.
After I won, I'll fix him, and I'll fix him good.
What are you doing, Mr. Cantor?
You said he's in my dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm going to phone in there and pretend that I'm Rochester.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny? This is Rochester, boss. I'm quitting. I got a very lucrative offer from Eddie Cantor.
Well, of all the cheap tricks, the minute my back attorney tries to steal my cash, you can't trust anybody these days.
Ain't it the truth?
Rochester, you're making a big mistake going to work for Cantor. Why, he'll never pay you as much as I owe you. Rochester, working for me, you got a future. Why do you want to leave?
Frankly, boss, I'd rather work for a younger man.
Younger? Why, Cantor's old enough to be my father. And if I was a girl, he probably would be. Rochester, your mind's made up. I mean, you finally decided to leave me?
That's right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Cantor.
He knew it all the time. Well, I'll go into the dressing room now and find out exactly what he's doing.
Now, if I could only find someone here who isn't loyal, a guy that would stoop to anything, a complete stinker.
How do you do?
Gordon, the Mad Russia.
Comrade, I'm your man. For 12 years, I've been working for Cantor, and now...
Yes?
I am revolting.
You certainly are.
Thank you.
Russian?
Yes?
I'll give you a contract if you're sure you want to quit Cantor.
Why shouldn't I quit him? He's no good. He's a crook. He's a heel.
Aha!
And I love him. He's like my own brother.
Russian, don't let him tempt you with money. Even if you do work for Benny, you can't get above the $25,000 ceiling.
Working for you, I can't even get off the floor. My ceiling is zero.
Oh, stop, will you?
Mr. Benny, I have decided to work for you at my very lowest figure.
What's that?
Nothing.
Russian, I don't understand. You've been with me so long. Why do you want to leave me to go to work for Jack Benny?
Because I like him. I owe him a debt of gratitude. You see, many years ago, back in Moscow, I am sitting with my girl. We are tuning in on the radio, and we are hearing... Love in blooming. I am holding her hand. I can smell the chrysanthemums right in the air. And then, my dear friend, I propose. Mr. Benny, that's why I am grateful to you.
You mean your girl said yes?
No, the music was so bad she killed herself. Thank you.
Oh, Harry. What's the matter? What's wrong?
There's nothing the matter, Eddie. Don't you get it? Now listen to me here.
What is it, an imitation of Donald Duck?
No, it's not either. I'm practicing to be a ventriloquist. Shirley's been teaching me.
Oh, you mean Shirley Dinsdale, a little 15-year-old ventriloquist?
Yeah, and when she comes back next week from San Francisco, she's going to give me my second lesson. And after that, I'll come up to the microphone, and without even moving my lips, I'll be able to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's worth your while to know how much faster Sal Hepatica helps you feel better when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative. Because then Sal Hepatica brings speedy, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So you don't have to put off till night taking the laxative you need in the morning. You don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. Sparkling Sal Hepatica has this advantage, too.
Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. And any time you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, See how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny on his violin and me with my golden voice give you our interpretation of Ida. Ida, sweet as apple cider, sweeter than all I know. Take it. Come out there in the silvering moonlight, of love we'll whisper. So soft and everyone should use Ipana. That's the wish of Eddie Cantor. Same goes, can't live without you. Listen, oh honey, you. Ida, I idolize ya. I long to love ya, Ida, need I.
Greatness flakes are good and crunchy for your breakfast or your lunchy.
Love ya, Ida, need I do. Good night. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please don't forget the two products that make this program possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Now, remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling, ladies and gentlemen.
The Joseph Slip Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, for we depart away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The campus has taken on an air of serenity and peace. There are no whistling students or singing co-eds on the streets. All is quiet because final exams are on and the college year is almost over. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, watches his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English Theater, as she sits on the floor of their home covered with travel folders.
Victoria.
Yes, Toddy, dear?
Lean the Tower of Pisa the other way for a moment and talk to me.
All right. I'll lean it against the Vatican. There. That's cozy for them. Toddy, where would you really like to go this summer?
I would really like to go upstairs, stretch out at full length on my beautiful bed, set the alarm for Labor Day, and then not wind the clock.
I know you're tired, darling. But you should get away, you know. Some sea breezes or mountain air to blow away the cobwebs.
Yes, I know. But A, I don't see how we can afford to go much further than the city limits. B, it will cost too much. And C, refer back to A and B.
We've our lovely savings account.
My dear girl, don't speak of our savings account in the tone of voice which should be reserved for dealings with J.P. Morgan and Company. By banking standards, we possess what would be roughly the working capital of a badly managed flea circus. And it was set aside for a rainy day.
Well, We don't have to wait for a cloudburst, do we? I mean, there'll be rain this summer. The almanac says so.
Vicky, I'm afraid you're improvident. Would you take our little nest egg and serve it up in one big golden omelet?
Wouldn't I, though, with chives?
Flighty, irresponsible woman. I'll have to watch you like a hawk. And a great pleasure it is, too.
We both worked hard, and I'm going to see to it that we have all the fun we can.
Oh, you do that every day, my dear.
Well, suppose we spend the money for a pretty summer parasol. Then when the rainy day comes, we can use the parasol for an umbrella.
Well, I should like to take that question, boil it in a test tube, add a catalytic agent, and see if it would precipitate a detectable amount of either reason or logic.
I'll rephrase it then. Where are we going this summer on our savings account?
Well, now, let's see. How about, for 1 month at least, not seeing or talking to anyone who even approves of a college education? Let's romp among the illiterate. Let's find some congenial group of morons who think that English lit means an intoxicated Londoner. Let's refuse to pay our syntax. Let us split any unwary infinitive that dares to raise its head among the...
Well, I get it. Dr. Hall's residence. Yes, he is. Oh, hello, Mike. Why aren't you buried in an examination paper? Sure. He'd be delighted to see you. Come on over. Goodbye.
Who's Mike? What does he want? And why isn't it July yet?
Mike is Mike Cantor. He wants to see you... And it isn't July yet because you choose to argue with your wife whom you never ought to and which you should think better of.
Your grammar.
I ended with a preposition, huh?
Seemed like a dozen of them.
That's the sort of thing up with which you should not have to put.
I'm afraid you must have been studying my Fowler's English usage. Because Fowler English usage I have never...
Let's get back to Mike Candle, Toddy.
Mike Cantor, now let's see. Oh, yes, he's the musical one. Very bright. Sure to be an honor student.
His newest song is number 2 on the hit parade. And it's the 3rd one that's made it since he's been here.
Yes, he graduates this year.
Undoubtedly the richest graduate Ivy's ever had. By his own efforts, I mean. I think he'll be very famous. Possibly another Cole Porter.
I wonder what he wants.
Well, maybe it's just my feminine intuition, but I feel that if you go to the door, you can find out right away.
Well, I never underrate a woman's intuition, or anything else which is made up of hope, faith, and inside information. Hello, Cantor.
Dr. Hall, thanks for letting me come over.
Nice to see you.
Hi, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Mike.
Sit down, won't you? You must be tired after marching all these years in the hit parade.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time, Doctor, but I've got something on my mind.
Well, I'll leave you two.
Oh, don't go, Mrs. Hall.
I've got things to do, Mike. Besides, I want to see if Dr. Hall can run this college without me. I'll see you later.
Well, Mike?
Doctor, I've been pretty lucky here at Ivy.
Lucky? Well, I know that you love music and have been extremely successful with it. But, Mike, when something is achieved through labor, understanding, capacity, and knowledge, the modest man is apt to use just their initials, L-U-C-K.
Well, thank you, Doctor, but I'm not that modest. Sure, I've been successful. I was sort of pushed into it. That's how I came to Ivy.
What do you mean?
My father, he didn't have a quarter. My mother died when I was a baby, right after Dad brought her to this country. He did everything an honest, hungry man could do, from pushing a cart around Delancey Street in New York to selling papers.
Didn't you help him?
Oh, sure. I sold papers, too. Did all sorts of odd jobs. But every time I tried to quit school, he said he'd knock my block off.
Good for him. You know, Mike, your father came to this country in search of the very thing he was giving you. He saw a light. The lifted lamp beside the door. A light that seems to be seen better 3,000 miles away than it is from here.
I know, the Statue of Liberty.
Yes. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. That's the light your father saw, Mike. He must be very proud of you now.
He is, sir. But I want to show him how proud I am of him. I've had all the advantages, and he's had nothing.
Well, it's good to hear a young man talk this way.
Oh, it's not just talk, Dr. Hall. I've got a crazy idea in my head, and I need your advice. You're the one guy that I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right. I like being called a guy.
Well, anyway, I think maybe you'll understand. I've written a check covering 4 years of tuition at Ivy. And with your help, sir, I'd like to enroll my dad here as a freshman.
How old is your father, Mike?
Oh, about 60, I guess. Does that matter?
No, not as far as the college is concerned. I'm thinking of your father. Will he do it?
I hope so. I'd like him to know some of the same kind of happiness I've had.
Well, of course I can arrange this, but I think that you and I should both have a talk with him before making a final decision.
That's what I'd hoped you'd say, sir. If I can get him to come down to Ivy, will you see him?
Oh, of course I will. He'll be down to see you graduate, won't he?
Oh, wild horses couldn't keep him away from that. I thought what I might do is get him down for the prom Saturday night.
That's a very good idea. Look, let's plan to come back here to the house when the prom is over.
Thank you, sir. That'll be wonderful.
Mike, this crazy thing you're doing restores a lot of faith in humanity to a man who only today was complaining of being tired. He's not tired anymore. Thank you, Mike. I'll be looking forward to meeting your father. I want to thank him, too. Vicky, are you ready?
I'll be right there.
Chaperones at proms have to be on time, you know.
I'm already sorry to keep you waiting. Ooh, look at you. Have you ever thought of going into the movies, Dr. Hall?
Rather impertinent way to talk to a college president. As for you look simply beautiful. Your gown is a triumph, your hair is perfect, and you are talking complete nonsense.
Well, if I were a co-ed, or if I had a date with a halfback, and you walked in the door in that dinner coat and black tie, you know what would happen?
Oh, what?
Boing!
How was that again?
I just learned it. Do you like it?
Well, as depicting the mainspring of a generation coming suddenly unwound, it is definitely onomatopoeic.
Ooh, how you talk, Governor. Yeah, I bought you a carnation. Let me put it in your lapel.
Oh, I meant to buy you some flowers, darling. Forgot completely, of course.
Well, I couldn't wear them anyway. With this dress, there's no place to fasten them.
Yes, I wondered about that.
Did you really?
Yes. You know, Vicky, before you came down, I was thinking about Mike and his father.
Yes. Isn't it easy as it looks, is it?
Oh, actual enrollment at Ivy is possible, of course, but what can we really do for the old boy? He's probably had little or no primary education and naturally no credits. Of course, we could overcome that by selecting a curriculum of special courses.
I think you're really worried about him.
Well, I am. Think about it. Is it possible to be transplanted successfully from one background to a completely strange one once we're grown up?
I did it?
Oh, yes, you did, my dear. But
I know. It doesn't apply. We have each other. It doesn't matter where we have to go.
Exactly, and Mike's father will be alone. His son will have graduated. And how can he be happy surrounded by a generation 1/3 his age? That's why I'm worried. Oh, and incidentally, Mike is bringing him to the party tonight.
Is he really? Come on, then. I know you'll work it out. You always do. Are you going to dance with me?
Oh, I imagine so, after I've done my duty dances.
Your duty dances with whom?
Well, there's the chairman of the prom committee.
Sally Corbett. She's the prettiest girl in town.
And then there are a few girls in English literature who, of course, insisted on putting my name in their program.
They're just taking that course to see you when I'm not around. I know them all, sly pussies.
However, I still have 1 or 2 dances left open. How about the supper dance?
Well, thank you, Doctor.
And all the rest?
What about your duty dances?
These are them. Come on, Vicky.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear the story of how one businessman really profited from an evening's work.
Well, I worked late at the office the other night. There was some paperwork that I couldn't put off any longer and a semi-annual report to finish up. About 7 o'clock, I decided to take a break and go down to the restaurant lounge in the corner for dinner. I found an empty table, flagged down a waiter, and ordered a steak medium rare. I was in a hurry, and when the waiter asked me if I would like a bottle of beer before dinner, I'm afraid I sounded a little curt when I said no. I leaned back, trying to relax, and looked around me. As I let my mind drift, I found myself counting, of all things, the bottles of Slip's beer on the surrounding tables. There were so many, and the people who were drinking Slip's seemed so pleasant that I began to regret my quick no. You see, I couldn't help wondering if Slip's would taste as good to me as it seemed to taste to the others. So I called my waiter over, told him I'd changed my mind, and asked for a bottle of Slip's. He was back with my order in a minute. I took a cautious sip, and then another, then a deep swallow. How did it taste? Well, the look of satisfaction that spread across my face said it better than any words possibly could. But let me add this just for the record. No wonder Slip's is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. and Mrs. Hall back at home after the prom, sitting down to a midnight snack with their guest, Abel Cantor, Mike's father.
This is very kind of you, Doctor. It is so late, I don't...
Mr. Cantor, I'm very delighted you're here.
I'm very proud of that boy of yours.
Mikey? Ah, Doctor, don't get me started. That boy. Ah, this is a boy.
You know, I wanted to have a talk with you anyway while you were here. And I know it'll take Mike at least half an hour to drive his girl home.
You only live 5 minutes away.
Not by the route Mike will take.
Why, William?
It is spring, Victoria, remember? Mr. Cantor, has Mike ever spoken to you about his plans?
Well, yes. We have talked, of course. But, Doctor, I have a belief about kids. Better they should decide things for themselves.
Oh, yes, I agree. He has, however, some other plans. For you.
Oh, for me? Well, I'm too old for plans, Doctor. When you are 20, you plan for when you are 40. When you are 60, you plan for what you do after breakfast. Mike shouldn't worry about me.
He doesn't think you're too old, Mr. Cantor, but he feels that perhaps you've missed a lot.
Me? I've missed nothing. In my life, I have found a new country, new friends. And where else could I sit with the president of a fine college who is as proud of my son as I am? What am I missing? I should run for governor, maybe?
Mr. Cantor, Mike has asked me to enroll you as a student here at Ivy.
Enroll me as a student?
Yes. To start in the fall, with your permission, of course.
Mikey asked you to do this, Doctor?
Yes.
Do you think he wants I should come to college?
If you would like it.
I see.
Think about it. Carefully. Talk it over with Mike and then decide.
Yes, I must think. It is sudden, Doctor. Very sudden.
Hey, Dad.
Oh, Mike.
The door was open, Mrs. Hall.
Yes, Mike, we left it open for you. Want a sandwich?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm afraid it's time for bed.
Oh, it's not late.
Big day tomorrow, Doctor. Remember, my stag party's tomorrow night.
I see no reason whatsoever for stag parties.
Me either, Mrs. Hall.
Well, it's not exactly what everybody thinks of as a stag party. It's just that it's for my men friends here at Ivy. Songs and man talk. Women would be bored with it.
I can sing and talk to men, too, for that matter.
I'm sorry you can't come, Mrs. Hall, but a man only graduates once, you know. You're coming, aren't you, Doctor?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it.
Where are you holding this disgraceful male outing?
At the Brown Bottle, 7:30.
Right. Come on, Dad.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall, for a beautiful evening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Mike. Oh, what a dear he is.
Yes, but I don't think he's as happy as Mike thought he would be.
I know. He looked almost hurt when you told him.
Oh, I think he was hurt. Hurt by the sincere gift of a boy thinking only of his father's happiness. Ah, what a strange paradox man is, Vicky. We often wound most cruelly when we give most generously. He's hurt, all right. And I think I know why. Now, come on, my dear. We need some sleep.
Oh, coffee, Toddy?
No, thanks, darling.
You'll have to shift for yourself this morning, dear. I'll go.
Mrs. Hall, forgive me.
Mr. Cantor. Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I should not be here early like this.
Oh, come in, come in.
I must talk to Dr. Hall.
Well, of course. Now, take it easy. You're all out of breath. Go right in. He's alone in the dining room. There's some coffee in there for you.
Yes, I will. Thank you. I ran all the way.
Well, Mr. Cantor, good morning.
I should not come so early, Doctor.
Oh, nonsense. You're very welcome at any time.
I could not sleep. I have been thinking so much.
Have you reached any decision?
Yes, Doctor, I have. It was not easy. My boy is going to be very successful, no, Doctor?
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. He's already a success, in fact.
Often when success comes quickly, it is possible that responsibilities can hold somebody back, no?
Everyone has responsibilities.
Well, money, I don't mean. But if Mikey has a stone around his neck, it pulls him down. Soon he will go into the world. He will meet people, find people, like he has met here. People had schools, had college, not rough like he grew up with.
Oh, you don't think that Mike would... Well, yes, you probably do. I was worried about this last night.
It's true, isn't it? He's ashamed at me. I should have education. I should come here to school. It would be good for Mikey. Yes, Doctor, I made my decision. But not for coming to Ivy. There is an easier way.
Well, Mr. Cantor...
Please, let me finish. Mikey is a fine son, but I know I've done my part. Well, so is he. It is now finished. When he graduates, he goes alone. I will not be in his way.
This is your decision, then?
Yes, Doctor. It is.
No. Mr. Cantor, I spend my life with boys and girls. They are my job, my chosen work. I've learned something about them. Do you know what they are more sensitive about than almost any other one thing?
What?
The reaction of their friends to their parents.
This is what I am talking about, Doctor.
Oh, no. Wait. No, this is the opposite of what you are talking about. Don't you realize that your son invited you to the most important event of his college year? His own senior prom, when all of the parents of all of his friends are here? Don't you see, Mr. Cantor? Mike insisted that you be here when he could show you off to everyone. Why, he's so proud of you, it's as if he were your father.
Proud? Of me?
He's bursting with it.
Proud? Of me?
All he wants in the world is for you to know that.
Proud? Sometimes I think I am a very great fool.
Oh, no, you're not.
I would like Mikey never to know how I misjudged him.
He won't know, Mr. Cantor.
I see now why he comes to you for advice, Dr. Horace. It is good, and so are you. I go now. Thank you very, very much.
Vicky, I hope you really don't mind my going off to Mike's. Stag party? I'm not of a roistering disposition, as you know, and ordinarily, Prexy's presence tends to dam up the flow of undergraduate wit. But Mike is an intelligent young man, and his friends, I'm sure...
Oh, come off it, Toddy.
What?
You're a fraud.
Oh.
You wouldn't miss this brawl for an autographed edition of Poe's Tamerlane. So don't try to make me think you're going under protest. Incidentally, there's no way I could sneak in myself, I suppose.
I doubt it very much.
Well...
No, my blossom. You stay here and keep my house slippers burning in the window for me. 1, if by land, and 2, if by Grogan the campus cop.
All right, Toddy. I guess if Mike's father can survive the orgy, you can. Was Mike terribly disappointed about his father's decision?
Well, like any youngster who has built a lovely picture in his own mind, he hates to have it fade out. But I think he understands.
It's nice and rather rare, isn't it, to find a boy who doesn't take his parents' sacrifices for granted.
It is nice. But I don't think it's so rare, Vicky. What is rare is to find one who is not only articulate about it, but who tries to do something prompt and concrete about repayment.
Yeah.
Well, good night, my darling. I do hope you'll stay up all hours in a rocking chair by the window, tearfully waiting for your wandering boy.
That's the last hope if ever I heard one, Doctor. I have a nice warm bed jacket, a new mystery novel, a small dish of chocolate-covered almonds, and a night-clubbing husband. What more could a woman ask?
Now, she could ask me to stay at home.
Not the way you eat chocolate-covered almonds. Good night, Toddy. Have no fun whatsoever.
Good night, my sweet. Be miserable.
She's the sweetheart of Sigma
Gentlemen, this is my party, and I have a right to speak if I want to. Now, this is a short one. I have 3 guests of honor. Dr. Hall, our president. A new tune I've written. And my father.
Dad? Thank you, gentlemen. A speechmaker I am not, but proud and happy I am. A great thing has happened to me here. I will not forget it. I have been offered a wonderful gift by my son, which I cannot accept. I think this party tonight is maybe the greatest gift of all, to be with him and with his friends. I am proud to be his father. I am maybe prouder even to be his friend.
Thanks, Dad. Here's my toast to you. A song. I just finished it. Gentlemen, glasses up.
Drink, drink, drink to the field of golden grain. Drink, drink, drink to the gentle April rain. Drink to the farmer who grows the hops, the girls who put caps on the bottle top. Drink to the health of the horse's neck. Yes, we're speaking of the fellow who picks up the check. Let us drink, drink, drink to the laughter and the cheers. Think, think, think of the friends no longer here. Drink to the gladness the night bestows, the wonderful people that you held. Then before parting, one more for the road. Drink, drink, drink.
Gentlemen, I have only one thing to say. I know that Mike Cantor leaves Ivy to go on to a highly successful career. We here hope we have contributed to it. And we know that you, Mr. Cantor, have guided him resolutely toward his destiny, that your faith has never faltered. You belong in this college, sir, and to it. We have discussed this, Mike and his friends and I, and we have decided to confer upon you the honorary degree of Doctor of Humanities. Gentlemen, the toast. I give you Dr. Abel Cantor of Ivy.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Be sure to see Ronald Colman's latest picture, Champagne, for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. The other players were Sam Hearn as Abel Cantor and Sam Edwards as Mike Cantor. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking. Hear The Great Gildersleeve next on NBC.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing that fine old Come All Ye, the same old shillelagh.
Sure, and 50 years ago, me father left O'Leary shore. He landed here, shillelagh in hand, and divil a penny more. He got a job and then a wife and raised a family. And when he died, he left his old shillelagh stick to me. Sure, it was the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his bit. And divil a one would monkey with it or me dad would have the fit. With the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. I'm going on the police force, it's the only thing to do. Instead of having one night stick, begorra, I'll have 2. And if I get into a fight, no one will bother me. But I'll have the old shillelagh stick me father left to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one was monkey with it or me dad would have a fit. Where the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream. to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, there's great excitement this week in the adopted town of our young hero, Dennis Day, for this is the week of the annual Weaverville Hobby Show. As usual, his landlord and lady, the Andersons, have each worked on a project, but unfortunately only Herbert has produced an entry. His scale model of a ship has already been sent to the display, but alas, Mrs. Anderson's carefully nurtured box petunia has failed to produce so much as a bud. She's inconsolable as she gazes at it.
Oh, my poor flower. My poor dear flower.
Oh, now, there, little cuddle girl.
It wasn't your fault, Mother. It was just bad luck.
Not even a bud. And I've tried so hard to help the poor thing grow. I even took the heater out of Dennis's room and stood it next to it all winter.
Well, now, don't you feel unhappy about the hobby show, lover. I've entered my model ship in your name as well as mine.
Oh, Herbert, did you really?
Yes. And what's more, I've named it after you. The Poopsie.
The what?
It's written right across the Poopsie deck.
Herbert, I don't care for that sort of humor.
Sorry, my dear. I can't think what came over me.
What's more, I don't want that name bandied about in public. You will change the name of your boat to the Clara.
Yes, my rapture.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning, my son.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't sleep a wink last night when I heard about your poor little Petunia. Mr. Anderson broke the news to me just as I was putting on my overcoat to go to bed.
Yes, and I promised everyone in town a big surprise, too. Every year, something terrible happens to me at hobby show time.
Yeah, last year you sent over that fancy cake you'd baked, and they entered it in the millinery exhibit by mistake.
Well, it didn't do badly, though, Poopsie. It took second prize.
But I can't understand it. How could the judges think my cake was a lady's hat?
Maybe they tasted it.
Dennis.
Huh?
Today is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you take a nice walk down the street, whistling God Save the King? Come along, Herbert.
Oh, darn it, now she's mad at me again. Just when I wanted her to like me well enough to spare my life when she hears the news.
The news? What are you talking about?
Well, Mildred, a few weeks ago I did a foolish thing. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I did.
Oh, what?
Well, you know the baby picture contest Peak Magazine was running? $300 for first prize?
Oh, the cutest hot contest? Yes, what about it?
I entered a picture in it, and it won.
But, Dennis, that's wonderful.
But somehow I don't think so. You see, the picture I sent in was one of your mother when she was 3 years old.
My mother? Well, why did you do that?
I don't know. I ran across it in your family album, and it was so... Well, at that age, ferociousness is cute.
I still don't see why you're so upset. Suppose Mother's picture did win.
But you don't understand. The magazine is sending a photographer here to take more pictures of the winner.
Oh.
He'll probably be a little surprised when he sees your mother.
Oh, my gosh, of course he will.
And even if he weren't, I doubt if she'd pose on a white fur rug in the condition he expects.
Gets out, she'll be laughed out of town.
Yeah, and I was counting on that prize money to get me in good with her.
Dennis, there might be a way to save it yet. What we need is a baby.
Mildred, he's coming this afternoon. Even if we got married right this minute, there wouldn't be...
I mean, we have to borrow one.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Who do we know who has a baby?
Well, the fellow who delivers my laundry has one, and he... No, his baby might not do.
Well, why not? Who is he? What's his name?
Hip Sing Lung Fu.
I'm afraid you're right. Say, wait. How about Mrs. Rogers?
She has a baby, and she's always looking for a place for it while she's at work.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers' kid is only a year old. Your mother was 3 when that picture was taken.
Well, we can make him look older.
Him? When it comes time to explain that one, you take over.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, look, you go over to Mrs. Rogers' house and tell her you've just opened a nursery for the babies of working mothers. Tell her on it.
I'll try.
Tell her.
Well, okay. I just hope this works.
Of course it will. What are you doing there?
Putting my ring on the third finger of my left hand. If I'm going to be a mother, I want to look right.
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Rogers? I'm Mr. Day of the Day Nursery.
The Day Nursery?
We take complete charge of your baby all day while you work for only $1.
Only $1? Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Can you feed them properly for so little money?
Madam, our food is not only healthy, but there's plenty of it. Every one of your baby sandwiches will be on whole wheat bread and come with French fried potatoes.
French fried potatoes?
And what's more, your child will be taught proper table manners. He won't be handled the way some parents handle babies.
What do you mean?
Believe me, if he burps after his meals, he better excuse himself.
Mr. Day.
And that isn't all we do for the little tyke. He'll get a bath every single day. We hand him some soap and a towel and throw him into the bathtub. And when I come back into that bathroom, he better be clean.
You mean you put babies into a bathtub and then leave them there all alone?
Oh, madam, some of the kids are of my opposite sex.
Oh, Mr. Day, you must be out of your mind. You've never been anywhere near a nursery in your whole life.
I said something that caused you to lose confidence in me?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have known. Well, I better tell you the truth, Mrs. Rogers. You see, Mildred Anderson and I thought...
Mildred Anderson? You mean Clara and Herbert's child?
Yeah.
Is she in this with you?
Yeah, you see, we thought...
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I'd be glad to let Mildred take care of my baby.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, she's a wonderful girl and very reliable. But don't you go near him or the deal's off, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I like my baby the way he is. Now, you stay here and I'll go get him. And I'll give you some extras, too.
Extras?
Well, of course. Mildred's going to change him, isn't she?
How do you like that? And she just said she liked him the way he is.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Now Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could stack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Marooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone and Clancy drank it down. Marooney said, who drunk me drink, I lay him in his tomb. Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom. No, he still doesn't look old enough, Mildred. Nowhere near 3.
Oh, I know.
Better give me a couple more locks of your hair to paste on his head.
Golly, Dennis, you'll have me bald.
Yeah, but just think, if this doesn't work, I'll be scalped.
All right. Here. And do try to paste it on evenly this time.
Okay. Steady, baby. Steady.
Darn it, there he goes again. You'll have to rock him in your arms like you did before.
Yeah. Nice, baby. Good baby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Gee, it works every time, doesn't it?
Yes, but he still doesn't look as old as he should.
Well, do you think we should paint a mustache on him?
Don't be silly. But maybe if he had some eyebrows. Wait a minute. Here, try these over his eyes.
All right. Steady, baby. There.
Huh. How do you think he looks now?
Like John L. Lewis's kid.
Well, I just don't know what we're going to do. That photographer will be here any minute. I know he has a reservation at the hotel for early.
Front. Take Mr. Reiner's bags, boy. You going to be with us long, Mr. Reiner?
Just overnight. The Anderson baby over at 321 Elm Street won my magazine's cutest tot contest, and I'm here to get some more pictures.
Herb and Clara? Why, they got no baby.
No?
No.
Well, just take a look at this photograph.
Huh? Why, holy smoke. That is a baby. And it looks just like Pupsy, too. That same scowl, only with dimples.
You mean you didn't know they had a baby?
Why, nobody did. How do you like that? So that's the surprise she had for the town. Hey, Sam, Ed, Janie, Frank, Louise, come here. What do you know? The Andersons got a baby. A baby.
There he goes again, Dennis. Rock him quick.
Yeah, nice baby. Fine baby. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty like a rose. Ah, he likes me. Hello, baby. Hello, Jimmy boy. Hey, see that?
Yes, but he's supposed to be a girl, Dennis, remember? You better get used to the idea.
Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, Clara, honey.
Oh, golly, no, look.
We're only kidding, baby. You're really a big, fine, strong man. Sure.
Come on, we simply got to paste some more hair on him if we're going to convince that photographer he's free. Oh, my gosh, Dennis, there he is. Quick, get there before someone else can start talking to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, oh, why, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so excited I couldn't even get my key in the lock. Poopsie, dream lover.
Yes, Herbert.
Poopsie, I think we've won the model ship contest.
Your sailboat took first prize? But they weren't to announce it till Friday.
Yes, but the news must be out somehow. Everyone in town has been shaking my hand and congratulating me all day.
Oh, Herbert, that's wonderful.
Yes, several of the boys even asked me why I wasn't passing out cigars. Can you imagine?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Anderson. We're all proud of you.
Oh, I should say we are. Come on, Herbert. We'll go down to the show right now.
Well, I'll get it.
Oh, wait, Mr. Anderson.
Well, hello, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I just heard. Congratulations.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Yes. Well, I was coming over here anyway. Why, Mrs. Anderson. Well, you're up. You're out of bed already.
Mrs. Rogers, it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Well, yes,
Come along, Herbert. We've got to get downtown.
But surely you're not going to go downtown this soon, Mrs. Anderson.
Why, of course we are. That's where they've got it on exhibition. See you later, Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers, is anything wrong? You're standing there with your mouth open.
Mr. Day, is it really on exhibition?
Why, sure, at the hobby show.
A hobby show?
Oh, sure, it's beautiful. Of course, we don't know yet whether it'll float.
Well, you're not going to try to find out, are you?
Oh, not until we're sure her seams are good and tight so she won't get waterlogged.
Mr. Day, you're not serious.
Huh? Of course I am. We don't even know yet if she'll sit up properly. She has a round bottom, you know.
Don't they all?
Oh. No, some are built like barges. Mrs. Rogers, are you sure there's nothing wrong? You're acting so funny about this.
Well, I just can't get over it, that's all. In the first place, it's such a shock to see Mrs. Anderson on her way downtown after something so strenuous.
Mrs. Anderson? Why, she had almost nothing to do with it. Mr. Anderson deserves most of the credit.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, sure. Boy, is he proud. This is his first windjammer.
Well, I really didn't come over here to talk about that at all. I came over to get my baby.
Your baby?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers, you can't. The photographer... I mean, he's upstairs fast asleep. You shouldn't wake up a baby. He might not sleep while he's awake.
Well, yes, but I... What was that?
Me.
That was my baby, and you said he was fast asleep.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Rogers, don't go up there. Let us handle this, please.
It came from this room here, didn't it?
Mrs. Rogers, don't look at your little... Oh, you look. Mildred, believe me, it couldn't possibly work.
But why not? Why couldn't you be the child?
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll be your mother.
Mildred, you're 19 and I'm 22. Even in India, women don't have children that young.
We'll pretend you're a child, silly. You can talk in a little 3-year-old voice that'll fool him completely.
Yeah, but won't the rest of me make him a little suspicious?
He won't see you. He'll only hear you. We'll put you in a dark room and tell him there's something wrong with your eyes.
Mildred, I know that...
Dennis, that must be him. Now, quick, lie down on the couch and cover yourself with that Afghan. I'll draw the curtain.
How do you do? I'm Milton Reiner of Peak Magazine.
Oh, yes. You came to take pictures of my little Clara. I'm sorry the room is so dark, but poor little Clara's eyes aren't right.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, you can talk to her, though. She's right here. Clara, honey, there's a man here to talk to you. Say hello to the man.
My name is Clara Anderson. I'm 2.5 years old, so there, too.
And you have something wrong with your eyes, Clara?
Yeah, too. I got bad eyes, so my mommy won't let me shoot pool or nothing.
Well, I didn't know little girls played pool.
I'm a tomboy.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, darling? Did you strain your little eyes somehow?
Yeah, too much reading.
Too much reading at your age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to your voice just then?
I guess it's changing.
At 3.5?
I'm a tomboy.
Reiner, I'm afraid that's all little Clara should...
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Oi.
What's going on in here? Why is it so dark? Well, who are you?
Oh, my name is Reiner, madam. I came to take some pictures of your granddaughter.
My granddaughter. What granddaughter?
She's absent-minded.
What?
Hello, Grandma.
Dennis, say, what are you up to? Get your head out from under that cover.
Why, it's a full-grown boy.
Not for long, I'm afraid. But I can explain, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I can.
Don't bother.
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Where's the Clara Anderson whose baby picture won first prize in our contest?
Clara Anderson? My picture won first prize? My baby picture? Oh! I can't really say I'm surprised. Where's the money?
Are you kidding? I got a good mind to sue you and this kid for fraud.
Fraud? Dennis Day.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. Get that gleam out of your eye. I'm too young to go like this. I'm just a boy, a child.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Danny Boy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream. The utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream shampoo. Be a dream girl, a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
No St. Patrick's Day would be complete without Dennis singing the lovely old Irish air, Danny Boy. Here it is now, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Oh, Danny Boy, to Glen Mountainside, the summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, he'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say, an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until my thanks also to the Ancient Order of Hibernians for the honor they have bestowed upon me by presenting me with their annual award. Good night, everyone.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Friends, here's a chance to help the Girl Scouts and to help children everywhere, and you don't have to contribute a cent in cash. You can help by contributing either children's or adults' clothing or material, or by contributing a few hours a week sewing, sorting, and packing. Call your local Girl Scout troop tomorrow. help them make warm friends of the world's shivering children. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Earl Ross, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras holds its annual combination gala meeting and dance at the Lodge Hall. All over town, young girls, anxious to please their boyfriends, are asking them what favorite dress they would like them to wear. In the Adams house, we hear boyfriend Henry saying,
Susan, why don't you wear the blue dress with a low back?
And in the Brown house, boyfriend Tommy is saying,
Barbara, why don't you wear the pink gown? You know, the strapless one?
And in the Colby house, where Betty Colby has asked her boyfriend Mel Blanc what he would like her to wear, Mel is saying,
Betty, why don't you wear that green mackinaw? It's going to be chilly tonight.
Well, Betty selected a dress, and now we find her with Mel, having stopped in at the fix-it shop before going on down to the zebra meeting. But what kind of talk do we hear from Mel?
Goodbye, Diane. You're a beautiful girl, but you have to go. The time has come when we must part. If you remained here any longer, it would be just a mockery. This is the end. The end, Diane.
Oh, Mel, it's only a calendar, girl. Don't take it so serious.
Well, it's easy for you to talk like that, Betty. You're a woman. But Diane wasn't just an ordinary calendar girl.
No.
No, this was a 5-year calendar. And on her nose, you could tell the temperature.
Well, Mel, life is cruel. You might as well face it. So put up this new calendar.
Fine thing. A picture of the White House.
Oh, well, I think it's very nice. With President Truman sitting out on the lawn. Who gave it to you?
Oh, can't you read? Pochnik, the piano teacher. Says, play the piano, become president in 10 easy lessons. You, too, can be the life of the Democratic Party. Oh, gosh, it's late. I got to go down to the lodge hall and rehearse my pageant.
Oh, I thought you had it already rehearsed.
Yeah, but now I have to play Old Man Williams' part of Father Time.
Wasn't he going to show up?
No, I gave him a scythe to rehearse his part. Now he's got a job mowing lawns. Well, I'll play the part myself. Maybe I'll impress someone with my acting. Oh, there'll probably be big people in the audience. Who knows what might happen to me? Mel Blanc. A star is born.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father.
Uh-oh, shooting star. Hello, Mr. Colby.
Why, hello, Mel. How are you? Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to see you.
Gosh, Betty, I could have sworn the man who just came in was your father.
Of course I'm your father, you nincompoop. Well, maybe it's a wise child.
Well, that's more your same sweet self, Mr. Colby.
Yes, thank you. Well, Mel, let's not have any harsh words tonight. I like you. Can't you get that through that thick, stupid skull of yours? I like you.
Well, you don't have to tell me, Mr. Colby. I'm still black and blue from the last time you liked me.
Why, Mel, my boy, how can you say that? Last time you were up at the house, didn't I offer you a drink?
Yes, and before I knew it, you had me halfway to the medicine chest.
Well, that's where I keep my bourbon.
Well, that's a funny kind of bourbon. It had a label on it for external use only.
Say, isn't it about time we started for the meeting?
Just a moment, Betty. There's something I want to impress on Mel. You see, Time magazine always picks out a man of the year. And similarly, our lodge always elects a zebra of the year. Now, I want you, Mel, as a close friend of mine, to cast your vote for me and get some of your close friends to do the same as a close friend of mine.
Oh, but Mr. Colby,
Now, listen, Blank, I'll break every
Please, Mr. Colby, not that close. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Colby. I've got to memorize my part in the pageant, but I can send Zuki out to campaign for you.
Oh, splendid idea. What an honor. Bovary Arbuthnot Colby, Zebra of the Year.
Oh, Zuki.
Oh, it's late, Father. We better go.
Yes, Mel. Hello, Betty. Happy 1950.
1950?
Yeah, I can't say 1947.
Now, look, Zuki, we want you to go out to all the members of the lodge and tell them to vote for Mr. Colby as Zebra of the Year.
Yes, that's right, Zuki. Now, suppose I'm Mr. Jones. You knock on my door, and I, as Mr. Jones, say, why should I vote for Mr. Colby? Now, what do you say, Zuki?
Well, I say because he's a very, he's a smart, he's a kind of a, would you mind repeating that question?
Well, what for?
Well, because it's been such a long time since I heard it.
This is ridiculous. Mel Blanc, if I'm not elected Zebra of the Year tonight, my first New Year's resolution will be that you're barred from my house. Now, all I can say is that you'd better do something. All right, come along now, Betty.
Mel, you've got to rehearse your you got to get votes from Mr. Coke. All I can say is Happy New Year.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who's cute enough to cuddle shouldn't have a breath of trouble. No, indeed. That little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has made many a girl unpopular, many a man, too. Don't let it happen to you. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now Victor Miller and the Sportsmen salute the new year with Zip-a-dee-doo-dah.
Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine in my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zip-zip-a-dee-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Mel Blanc, the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras is holding its annual New Year's Eve meeting and dance. The highlight of the evening will be a pageant of 1946 in which Mel will portray all the characters. Right now, we find Mel in his fix-it shop just about to close up and leave for the meeting.
Mel Blanc, tonight is going to make you a great actor. Someday you'll be on Broadway. Your name flashing in lights. The M goes on, and the B goes off. The E goes on, and the L goes off. The L goes on, and the A goes on, and the N goes off, and the C goes on. And then all at once the whole thing flashes on. Nibble Sklank! Hey, wait a minute. That's not right. Well, if it isn't Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. How come you're going to the meeting alone? Where's your soulmate?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is stalemate. She's a little late, Mel. I left her at the beauty parlor getting a mud pack.
A mud pack? Well, they say it's a great aid to beauty.
Only temporary. The mud has to come off.
Well, how can you say that, mighty potentate? Your wife has beautiful, well, she's got lovely, she's got very nice, isn't there some way they can get that mud to stay on?
Mel, I don't mind her not being beautiful. After all, a woman her age.
Now, Mr. Cushing, don't exaggerate. Your wife told me herself she was only around 40.
Yeah, but it's her second time around.
Is she really that old?
Mel, most people have to read about American history in books. Not my wife. She's an eyewitness. You don't believe she's old, Mel? Listen to her stand up sometime. She sounds like the door opening on Inner Sanctum.
I can never understand why you married her, mighty potentate.
Neither can I. You know, I'm married to the only woman in the world who listens to the radio and talks back to Gabriel Heder. What a marriage. My wife and I have nothing in common. We don't like the same books. We don't care for the same food. We don't like the same movies.
Yeah, you're not even the same sex. Gosh, it's late. We better be going down to the meeting. Mr. Cushing, do you think Mr. Colby has a chance of being elected Zebra of the Year?
Who can tell? You know, I was the first one to be elected for bravery in action. I showed unequal daring, courage, and fearlessness far beyond the call of duty.
Well, what'd you do?
I said no to my wife. Campaign almost cost me my life. However, there was a very minor reason for my election. By the way, Mel, do you think you'll have a good pageant tonight?
Well, I hope so, mighty potentate. Oh, wait, I got to put out the lights. Gosh, it looks like I'll have to play all the parts myself.
Very exciting. You know, I'm reviewing it for our Zebra newspaper, and if I like it, I may give it 4 stripes. Well, out into my car, Mel. The affair must be going full blast.
Gosh, everybody's here, Mr. Cushing. It's a real turnout.
Oh, hello, Mel. Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Hey, Mr. Colby. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mel, the members are casting their votes. I hope you did your part.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Colby. I know which side of my ugga my boo is buttered on.
Oh, Mel, here comes my wife.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Cushing. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hello, Angel.
Well, I see you're here, too, Ugga. Very nice affair, Monte.
Well, thank you, Angel. You're looking wonderful, Angel. Oh, let me take that off. There's still a piece of mud on your face.
Well, thank you, Monte. I'm going to join the ladies.
Goodbye, Angel. Probably went over to put the chill in the punch bowl.
I don't understand it. How come you were always calling her Angel?
Just anticipating. Well, I got to start the meeting, Mel. I hope you're not nervous.
Oh, I'm all right.
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Members will now rise and give the password. As you know, the ballots are cast, and in a short while, a new Zebra of the Year will be elected. In reviewing zebra activities during the past year, I think every member will agree that our meeting of November 5th was the most outstanding. To help refresh our memories of that evening, Brother Ross will now once again read the minutes of that meeting. Proceed, Brother Ross.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beers. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Brother Jones made a resolution to pick up Brother Murphy. Resolution was defeated. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, fellow members, we come to the highlight of our evening. Brother Blank appears in a New Year's Eve pageant which he wrote, directed, produced, and has to act in himself. Music.
Blank marches on. The news of the past year, 1946, has seen through the eyes, ears, nose, and throat of a zebra. In Detroit, Michigan, Walter B. Chandler, eminent industrialist, says,
Folks, I can safely say that with the present supply of raw materials proceeding unabated, it is my remain open within 6 months. Each and every man, woman, and child in this country will have an ample supply of bubble gum.
Earlier this year, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor arrived in New York. Besieged for an interview, the Duke said,
No statements.
In Chicago, the Duke said again,
No statement.
But when the Duke and Duchess returned to England, the Duke finally said,
We was wrong.
A few months ago, price ceilings on food were removed. A month later, a senator speaks with a typical American housewife on the White House lawn.
Madam, now that we all removed that OPA from food prices, what do you all have to say?
Get off the grass. I'm eating it.
In September, Joe Louis, defending his championship, knocked out Tammy Moriello in the first round. A little while later, in a restaurant, his friend Rochester said,
Waiter, bring me a Tammy Moriello egg.
The waiter asked, What's that? To which Rochester replied,
2 minutes and 9 seconds.
And now the climax of the year takes place at the United Nations meeting. The Russian delegate stands up and says,
Granish Pozduka Maslo Poeza Pojnajnik Koyats. I'm going home.
The audience gasps with astonishment.
astonishment, reporters rush to their typewriters, and the French ambassador says, "Sure, you say you are going home?" Says the Russian, "Kladnoya Majduya, Kazloma, Krajno, Voyesh, Klabya, why not? It's time for launch." And so old man 1946 says,
What's up, Don?
Thank you very much, Mel Blanc. And now the moment we've been waiting for. The votes have been tallied in the election for Zebra of the Year. And I have a startling announcement to make. The result is a tie. Every man voted for himself. Mel Blanc, you'll never come up to my house again.
Just a moment, President Cushing. There was a ballot stuck on the bottom of the box. It's some illiterate scrawl.
"Oh, that must be my handwriting."
Oh? Let me see now. C-O-L-B. I believe it's for Mr. Colby.
Then Mr. Colby is elected Zebra of the Year. Members, we salute the Zebra of the Year. Thank you. Now, Mr. Colby, that you have won the highest honor of our lodge, during the coming year, you alone are privileged to utter the sacred Zebra call. You may begin now. Call, Zebra, call.
Gosh, Betty, this is a wonderful way to start the new year. Everything turned out just right.
Oh, now we can sit here in my parlor any time we want to.
Betty, as long as the year has started out so well, I'm going in right now and ask your father if we can get married.
Oh, good luck, Mel.
Gosh, Betty, I'm afraid your father's taken this Zebra of the Year thing too seriously.
Why, what's the matter?
I just saw him in the kitchen eating oats.
Oh, silly. Those are Quaker oats. Everybody eats those.
From a feed bag? Well, good night, folks, and a happy 1947 to y'all.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mary Margaret McBride, kiddies.
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guests Monte Wooley, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to look me up in the phone book, girls, my name is Kenny Delmar. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the New American Magazine is on the stands. It contains the life story of Fred Allen. Millions of readers are saying, who is Fred Allen? There is only one answer to this Fred Allen question, and here it is. Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening. This is Fred Allen, in case there is any doubt, ladies and gentlemen, in case the name didn't come up earlier in the program. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, tell me, Kenny, did you happen to read the story of my life in the American Magazine?
No, Fred. What is it, one of those rags to riches yarns?
No, it's from rags to rags, Kenny. I hold my own in the story. You know, I was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, that must have been a long time ago.
Yes, Kenny, there was no bird life in Cambridge in those days. The stork used to bring his bundles only as far as Boston, and the American Express delivered the babies the rest of the way.
You were born in a small town.
Cambridge was so small, when the Siamese twins stood on the main street, one of the twins was out of town, Kenny. Cambridge was so far back in the woods those days, the mayor was an owl. He used to molt every 2 years and get back in the office again.
Well, what happened when you got older, Fred?
Well, when I was 15, my voice changed, and I joined the church choir.
You were a choir boy?
Yes, Kenny. The first Sunday I sang in church, 200 people changed their religion. I started singing one of... Well, Portland. You're just in time, Portland. Time to strike out for Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you a question for tonight?
You bet. You know, this past week, a Senate subcommittee published a list of new inventions, aluminum and glass clothing, and electrical gadgets that will greatly influence our post-war lives. And so our question tonight is, how do you think these new scientific developments are going to affect you?
Shall we go?
As one anchor said to the other anchor, let's away. Well, here we are back in Allen's Alley, Portland. Say, I wonder if the senator had to run for re-election last week. Let's see.
Somebody knock.
Yeah.
Yeah, vote for Claghorn. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Now, wait a minute. I know.
They keep going over your head.
Well, I know that. I don't care.
If you're listening, you should be laughing.
Well, I'm doing it. Try to put points on my words. I'll get one in edgewise. Now, look, are you through, Senator, temporarily?
Yeah.
Can I
Sam.
Yes. Look, Senator, are you upset about these new post-war inventions?
Well, there's only one thing that's got me worried, son.
What's that?
Them new aluminum suits for men.
Aluminum suits?
If they take all of America's kitchen utensils to make aluminum suits...
Yes?
The taxpayer will be caught with his pants down. So long, that is.
So long.
See you to the Alamo.
Well, the senator shouldn't worry about aluminum. He should worry about getting the lead out. I wonder if Titus Moody is in tonight.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, have you tried any of these post-war ideas?
Yeah, I started feeding my sheep ionized yeast.
Feeding your sheep ionized yeast?
I was trying to grow steel wool.
Well, tell me, how did your experiment work out?
Not so good, Bob.
No?
Yesterday it rained.
Yes?
Today I got 500 rusty sheep.
I've never heard of rust taking it on the land, but I guess you have. Tell me, Mr. Moody, have you had any other trouble with these new gadgets?
Yeah, my automatic milking machine kicked up.
How?
I had the machine hooked onto my cow, milking.
Yeah?
I went to bed and forgot to turn it off.
You left the milking machine running all night? Well, what happened?
Milk the cow inside out.
Didn't it ruin the cow?
No, she's still giving milk.
Yes.
But the cream is on the bottom.
I should have asked Mr. Moody to do a few curd tricks while he was here. Well, let's try this next house here.
No.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You're expecting maybe Lauren Bagel?
Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, are you in favor of these inventions to improve modern living?
Forward with science. This is my mere slogan.
Forward with science. Have you tried any of these new household gadgets?
Match. I am buying a magic Davenport.
What is a magic Davenport?
First, it is only a Davenport.
Where does the magic come in?
You are pushing a button. Presto, the Davenport is hiding in the wall.
Oh, good.
You're pushing another button. Change-o, the Davenport is coming out of the wall of bed.
Say, that is magic.
Magic, tragic, it is making me a widow.
What happened?
My husband, Pierre, is sitting on the Davenport.
Yeah?
Presto, the Davenport is hiding in the wall.
Yes?
Change-o, it is staying there.
Your husband, Pierre, is trapped in the wall?
For 4 days already.
And is Pierre still alive?
We are feeding him through the wall, a knothole.
Well, what is Pierre eating?
Frankfurters one at a time.
Well, after this experience, I guess you didn't buy any other new items.
Only one.
Which one?
They are making shoes from soybeans. I'm buying 2 pairs.
Oh, you like your soybean shoes?
Detective, they are delicious. Thank you.
That brings us to the last shack in the alley. A knock here should certainly start something.
Oh, it's you, Saggy Eyes.
Well, McGee and McGee. Now, something tells me you boys have a new song for tonight.
Have you heard? When it's tulip time in Toledo, Tallulah, I'll have tulips waiting for you.
Now, wait a minute. Look. Tonight, we are discussing post-war innovations.
Great. We got a song about these new glass suits.
Glass suits?
Yeah. I'll be seeing you in all your veneers.
Thank you, McGee and McGee. You're not through, that's what you think. And now for some singing. Now for some singing that's worthwhile, ladies and gentlemen. The 5 DeMarco sisters, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his music pupils. The DeMarco sing Paper Moon.
For it's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea. But it would be make-believe if you believed in me. Yes, it's only a canvas sky hanging over a muslin tree. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played out of any arcade. Yes, yes. Bottom of Bailey, well, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played. Melody played on the penny arcade. It's the Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it would be make-believe if you believed in me. If you believed in me.
Maestro Al Goodman and his 8 bars is a concerto orchestra have just played That's For Me. Mr. Goodman has more unfinished symphonies on hand that Schubert ever dreamed of. Say, Portland,
Yes?
is there a copy of today's paper around?
If you want to know the latest news, Edgar Bergen just got married.
No kidding. Charlie McCarthy has a stepmother, hey? Why, that little fugitive from a sawmill, it serves him right.
I'd hate to be a ventriloquist's wife.
What?
If a ventriloquist talks in his sleep at night...
You mean if he throws his voice?
Yes. His wife has to get out of bed and go downstairs to hear what he's saying.
Oh, it's too much trouble. I wouldn't even bother with it. Unless it was interesting. But look, you could see the script before he went to sleep. You would know it. Look, Portland. I'm not interested in Charlie. I just want to look at the want ads. I have to find someone who wants to sell a radio.
Isn't your radio working?
No, a friend of mine who lives in Jersey went home the other night and took the tube. Oh, here's the paper. I wish he took that gag with him, too. Oh, here's the paper on this chair. Let us look at these want ads here.
Oh, here's one. We'll exchange swords and 8 medals for good alibi.
Signed, General Yamashita. He can use a good alibi at the moment.
Say, here's something.
About a radio? What does it say?
We'll give my portable radio to anyone strong enough to carry it away. MW, room 40, Gem Hotel.
Gem, you know, that's a little theatrical hotel on 47th Street. I'll see you later, Portland. I'm going over to see MW, room 40. Room 38, 39... Room 40. Here we are.
Yes?
Is MW in?
I'm MW, Monte Wooley.
Well, Mr. Wooley.
If you are the exterminator man, there is wildlife rampant in my mattress.
No,
if you are the bellboy, I want a clean towel.
But I...
Look at this towel. It's blacker than a side curtain on a hearse.
Now, look, mister.
If you are the manager, I want knobs put on these doors. I'm sick of opening doors with a corkscrew.
But, Monty, I'm Fred Allen.
Fred, what are you doing in this flea bag? Are you furnishing a dog?
Now, Monty, stop complaining. Every hotel in town is crowded. You're lucky to even get in this little theatrical hotel.
Lucky? Well, I'm sharing this room with 4 acrobats, 3 midgets, 2 seals, and a talking hippopotamus.
But there's no light in here. How can you read here at night?
A fire eater lives in the closet.
A fire eater?
Yes, he eats with the door open.
But how...
I read by the light of the fire eater's dinner.
Oh, I see. That clarifies that. To me, at least. Well, I'll see you later, Monty. I'm looking for some chump who put an ad in the paper. He wants to give away his radio set.
I am the chump, Fred.
Oh, really?
Here's my radio set. Get it out of my sight.
Monty, you've turned against radio?
Well, what is radio? Smiling Irishman, jingles, LS, MFT, and those jokes radio comedians tell about my beard.
Oh, you mean when you are on their programs?
Yes. Last week, a comedian said, Monte, if I lose my raccoon tail, can I borrow your chin for my radiator cap?
I remember one comedian said, you look as though you just ate a full of brush, man, and his samples are sticking out.
Well, another so-called radio wit said, Monty, your face should be hanging down in front of a Scotsman's kilt. Radio bar.
Now, look, Monty, are you through panning radio?
There's one thing more, Fred.
Really?
Now, those crime programs.
What about them?
No crime ever goes unsolved in radio. Mr. District Attorney never loses a case.
That's right.
Your FBI gets its man every week.
Well, what kind of a crime program would you like to hear, Monte?
Just once, I'd like to hear the truth.
The truth?
The story of a district attorney or police commissioner who has some trouble with a case.
Oh, I see.
A guy who isn't infallible.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to be on one of those programs.
Say, I think I can fix that for you, Monte.
Fred, it'll bring back my faith in radio. I'd like to see what happens to me.
Okay, Inspector Wooley, you are on the air.
Mr. Mobbuster. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, champion of the people, foe of the underworld, that defender of law and order, Mr. Mobbuster. Thank you. And what is your thrilling story for tonight, Mr. Mobbuster? Tonight, I will show you how I dealt with the most dangerous criminal I encountered in my 40 years on the force. Who was the most dangerous criminal, Mr. Mobbuster? Charlie the Chicken.
Charlie the Chicken?
Yes. But it all started back in 1936. I was in my office at police headquarters, polishing some brass knuckles with my right-hand man, Mulligan. Out of a clear sky, Mulligan said,
Chief, I don't understand it. 20 years in the office, and you ain't caught one criminal yet.
It's just a slump, Mulligan.
67 unsolved murders this week alone, Chief. The streets is jammed with bodies.
Has anybody noticed it?
Some street cleaners stooled on you, Chief. The newspapers is hinting you're a coward.
I'll come through, Mulligan. They've got to give me time. Miss Pitt, my secretary.
Here's your fan mail, Chief. One postcard.
What does it say?
As long as you are in office, our minds are at ease.
Good. Who's it from?
Murder Incorporated.
Chief, you're the laughing stock of the city. You gotta catch a criminal pretty soon.
If I can just get one case, I'll show the newspapers. Miss Pitt, turn on my shortwave set.
Okay, Chief.
Attention all police. Poultry truck hijacked in Jersey. 2,000 chickens stolen. Charlie the Chicken suspected. Charlie the Chicken suspected. Attention all.
Jeepers, Chief.
Mulligan, that's the case for me.
Charlie the Chicken's the biggest chicken napper in the country. This case will be a feather in your cap, Chief.
Right, Mulligan. Miss Finn.
Yeah, Chief.
Call the newspapers. Tell them I'm bringing in Charlie the Chicken single-handed. Let's go, Mulligan.
Okay, Chief.
This is mighty exciting, Mr. Mobbuster. What happened next? Those chickens were disappearing every day. I got a tip that Charlie the Chicken was going to rob the biggest chicken coop in the Bronx. You were prepared? Mulligan and I hid in the coop. Day and night we sat on two nests, disguised as chickens. One night as we sat there in the dark, clucking, I heard Mulligan speak.
Chief, I gotta get off this nest. No kidding, if I...
Quiet, Mulligan. Somebody just came in the coop.
Okay, Chief. I'll get back on the nest. We better start clucking again.
Who's talking? Who's in here? Who's there? When till I flash me searchlight? I thought so. 2 chickens with derbies on.
I've got you, Charlie the Chicken.
Coppers, eh? Take this.
We can lay the chief on this table, Miss Finn.
Okay, Mulligan. Easy now.
Oh.
We got you back to the office okay, Chief. No reporters even seen you.
I can't hear you.
No wonder you can't hear, Chief.
Jeepers. Charlie the Chicken shot off both your ears.
No ears? Well, what will I hang my glasses on?
Gee, you're a sight, Chief. In that chicken coop 3 days? Phew.
Let me get some of them chicken feathers off you.
Yeah, I'll comb this mash out of your hair, Chief.
Never mind the mash. Get this egg off my chin. My beard looks like an omelet with a point on it.
Charlie the Chicken got away clean.
Yes, but I'm a mess. I'll find Charlie the Chicken if it's...
I'll get it, Chief. Don't bother getting up. You'll dirty the floor. Hello?
Is Mr. Mobbuster there?
Yeah?
This is the FBI.
Yeah.
Charlie the Chicken is going to stick up the Acme cold storage plant tonight. Tell Mr. Mobbuster to get going.
Okay, John Egger.
Who was it, Mulligan?
The FBI. John Egger, personally. Charlie the Chicken is holding up the Acme cold storage plant, Chief, and the job is tonight.
This time, Mulligan, Charlie the Chicken is a dead duck. Let's go.
Okay, Chief.
You've got us all biting our nails, Mr. Mobbuster. Did you catch Charlie?
Not exactly. Miss Finn, Mulligan, and I went to the cold storage plant. We were hiding behind 3 icicles. I heard Mulligan say...
Shh, quiet, Chief. Charlie the Chicken is in that icebox.
Good. Good. I've got him trapped.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, what's your next move, Chief?
Mulligan, you and Miss Finn go back to the office and call the reporters and photographers.
But, Chief...
I'm bringing in Charlie the Chicken alone.
Good luck, Chief. Let's beat it, Miss Finn.
Now, I'll open this icebox door.
Who opened that door?
Come out with your hands up, Charlie the Chicken.
Oh, yeah? Take this, copper. Oh! Now, Mr. Mobbuster, I'm locking you in this icebox.
No!
You can lay the chief on the floor, Mulligan.
Okay, Miss Finn. He's a solid block of ice. I'll put him down over here. Hey, that was a good idea of yours, carrying the chief home with these ice tongs.
2 weeks in that ice box, he looks like a human rink.
I'll chip away some of this ice and see if the chief is still alive.
Chip a hole near his mouth.
Okay. As soon as I chip off this little chunk, his mouth will be free.
How do you feel, Chief?
Ooh, like a big popsicle. Get me out of this frozen kimono.
A couple of more chops, Chief.
There you are, Chief.
Ooh, what an experience. I'm colder than a snowman's clavicle.
Hey, Chief, your nose is gone.
Charlie the Chicken's a sure shot, Chief.
I know. My ears are gone. My nose is shut off. I'm starting to lose faith.
Hey, Chief, why don't you call off this manhunt?
Hey, Chief, this code message just came on the teletype.
Eureka! The address of Charlie the Chicken's hideout. Come on, Mulligan.
Okay, Chief. Is this the joint, Chief?
Yes. Charlie the Chicken hangs out in this Bowery saloon.
Yeah?
Let's go in.
Hey, you better be careful, Chief. Chief, this joint looks creepy.
Hey, bartender, is Charlie around?
Look behind you, bud.
Clap hands, Chief. Here comes Charlie.
At last, Charlie, I've got you.
Nobody's taking Charlie the Chicken alive, copper. Take that!
Gosh! What happened then, Mr. Mobbuster?
Well, Charlie the Chicken made his final getaway. He disappeared completely.
And you?
I was removed from office. When I got out of the charity ward, practically and partially recovered from my wounds, I was out of work for 9 years until I got this job on the radio.
What became of Charlie?
Charlie the Chicken sold all his stolen chickens in the black market for a fabulous sum and is now living in Florida under the alias of Gordon the Goose. He has a 50-room mansion with a private beach, 3 yachts, 12 speedboats, and a private plane. He spends his days at the track and is engaged to a beautiful movie star.
And so, Mr. Mobbuster, the moral of this story is...
crime does not pay.
I want to thank Monte Wooley for joining us tonight. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, the Fred Allen Show brings you comedy. Comedy, that is. Drama.
I'm finished, Ronald. I'm at the end of my rope.
Cheer up, old girl, cheer up. I'll wind up your yo-yo again.
And our guest will be...
Boris Karloff.
Boo. Good night.
Fred Allen will be back again next week at this same time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.